Oh, bonjour, mes amis, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Aristide.
And I'm definitely not going to attempt to do a French accent. You must be joking.
Oh.
Hon hon hon.
I normally am not a fan of the baguettes, as I've been calling them lately, but they did a good one, so I'll give them this one pass. I accidentally fell off the bridge. Report back up.
I have I have not had time to attempt to purchase and play Clair Obscur, so my opinion of the slovenly frogs remains
Yeah,
where it
the
was before, which is not particularly high.
no, I know you Commonwealth and EU folks particularly don't like the baguettes, but they are a
Well,
footnote
it's
in
it's not
America.
it's not really. You put up a giant statue to them.
Well, we put up a
It's
statue
the
made by them. Took their gift and stuck it in a harbor.
it's not really that there's anything in particular that we dislike about the French so much as it's just traditional to dislike the French.
Yeah, they helped us out in the Revolutionary War, and they until Napoleon came along and actually until the French Revolution happened. That's when it really started to fall apart. It took a bit, but after not too long after the Revolution, it started to our relationship with them started to not be as super favorable as it was during the revolution. And then after that, it's just mostly neutral. The opinion or calling them cowards for surrendering all the time. And that's about as far as the American experience with the French goes. And most of them don't even have the historical context of them being a huge part of the Revolutionary War effort. So most people are
Don't you
just
wear a bunch of Aren't you wearing a bunch of Frenchies as a hat though?
uh yeah, but they're just kind of there. Canada's not a functional state, so I don't even
Yet.
really consider them existing. Like they could be for sale. Despite their adamant denials, I would not want us to buy them, but Trump seems dead set on it if he can get it.
No, try this is one department
Yeah,
where I feel Trump really screwed the pooch. Like he basically ensured that the boomers would decide the election for Canada. On the upside, that's got Alberta talking about secession, which is the only state in Canada worth a damn.
yeah. BC used to have some pretty base people back when they were spread out, but they seem to have totally cucked out lately. So
Anyway,
don't our speculations about a country neither of us know really anything about aside.
we don't.
Shtick.
We need Pim for this. Though I don't think we've got the knowledge for it. Anyway, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord channel, which is the very best place for communication with the show host and other listeners to the show. And you can get there by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. And today we are running around in Genshin with our new French characters. As
In
his
Land.
yeah in Homeland because I was enraptured by the baguetteness of a certain other video game, and Navi is still my favorite character. So her banner was up, so some bad decisions might have been made, and Vol was going to pull for Escoffier anyway. So he's running around with his ice chef. We don't really know what we're going to be doing, but we'll figure it out. I have some resin I can use to go dump in the curse domain if you want to try and fish out some more geo gear.
Oh, it's almost painful to think about. Like,
See, my theory is if we're distracted by doing the show and just don't look at the gear we get when we check it afterwards, maybe there'll be something in there that's slipped by the desire sensor.
I would rather fish for gear for Skirk, to be honest, because fishing for geogear has been a disaster.
We can do that. I've got Veresa to help you
I
with a hamster.
presume Varesa's gear is not awesome yet,
No,
based on what that domain has been like to me.
no, it's terrible. So we can take him there. I'll still take Nabia though. We got a healer. Bring a scuff, yeah.
I've never tested her in a domain. I haven't had the time because I only just got her to max level yesterday using the bonus rewards for completing her character story
Oh,
to avoid having to spend several hours farming local specialties.
I haven't. Chicken hit level 90 finally, and I got her skills to like 666, so she's usable now. Her gear,
Chicken.
yeah, her gear is not great, but we can. All right, to Netland. I've been spending so much time with the weekly. Anytime I have resin now, if I'm not in EXP book or Moradet, it's just hitting either this domain or the Navia domain, and it's being super mean.
Yeah, I've never got anything but trash out of this domain either.
Both of these two domains have been super mean to me. I need to hit this the Golden Troop domain at some point as well. I haven't even started that. My Farina's level 90 and has artifacts that are on set with the wrong primary stat. They're so bad.
I have 300 in my inventory. Maybe 6 of them are good. Maybe.
Haven't even started on that one. I don't want them in this order. I'll leave domain after we do this attempt and correct the order. Forget that it loads.
I brought 2 supporters, so I'm basically just going to use my skills and then run around.
Don't worry, I'm just going to deploy the Robo Chimkin and then bounce. Oh, it couldn't move. It was frozen.
Well, if it can't move, it can't bury itself underground.
True. Hourglass is terrible. Already line up and get a secondary DPS that can actually do damage since we already have double.
Apologies, I was just having a coughing fit.
Yes, you do. Isn't named Mavwika. Oh, I know. This will work out great.
What could possibly go wrong?
Gotta go back. I have become oddly attached to Verisa because people hate her so much.
Do they?
They seem to.
There seems to be a lot of hate going around, but it's getting to the point where I'm pretty sure that people seem to hate every character.
Yeah, it's just
like apart from New Villette, I guess.
It's just I don't know what it is about Verisa that makes him so so angry with her. I don't have enough juice.
No. Fix it. Fix it.
I'm bouncing. Had to wait on a charge to come back. So yeah, gotta wait on the countdown timer to continue challenge.
Defense flat stat, flat stat. Good grief.
But we've got what do you call it? Your week. What you got so far?
My week. Now, in absolute terms, it wasn't the busiest week of all time for me, but that didn't really seem to help all that much in practice. It still ended up being, oh my goodness, it buried itself in the ground again.
Yeah,
It ended up being sort of like just barely busy enough that I didn't have any time to do anything. I didn't have that, the critical threshold of time necessary to actually do anything interesting.
Yeah.
It was always like, oh, I've got some time, but it's just not quite enough time to do anything.
No, but yeah, ain't gonna work. As a sub DPS, we gotta fire her and get somebody that'll work.
Goodness, HP flat stat, flat stat. So yeah, while it was it was messy week, but it wasn't like overloaded with sheer volume of work. But I still was not able to deploy myself particularly effectively in any respect. What did I do though? I don't think there really was anything much to remark on. I was thinking about this before the show, but I didn't really do anything particularly remarkable. Mm, mm, Gaming wise, pretty much everything I did was pretty mundane. It was mostly the usual, doing the usual sort of upkeep tasks one does when one's playing a lot of gacha games. Over the course of the week. I'm trying to think if there was anything even worth commenting on, but it really doesn't feel like there was.
Yeah, there's been a story in Genshin you might have done, but I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, that's why I haven't really said anything about that, because there's. I don't think that there's really that much that I would classify as spoilery per se. I really need to get more energy recharge for this character. That's the real problem.
That's why I brought Eon Son, as I was having energy problems on Barista just now. The Electro bonus.
I don't want to refarm all my gear though. I might have to see if I've got a. Is it the timepiece that is energy regen?
Sands? Yeah, I think Sands is energy regen.
Do I have an energy regen sands that I can just quickly slot so that this doesn't feel absolutely crap?
Oh, duh. There's an obvious answer to making this go way faster. Normally, when we play together, we can't use her because we'll have too many geos, but this time.
Slot energy recharge into the top filtration slot. Oh, there is one, but it's a very bad piece.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at the pieces I get from here. If the I may take a quick glance at them, but I'll just check the bucket at the end. So, as for the games, then the banner that came up was the new Genshin banner, and I'll let you go first since you pulled for a new character, and mine is just updating an old character.
Right, so I made the potentially ill-advised choice of pulling for Escoffier. It was a decision made, as most of my decisions are, purely on the fact that, oh, I think she's cute, therefore I'm going to pull for her. And I felt like even more inclined to pull for her the more I saw people dunking on her. It was just an endless stream of people dunking on her, in fact, on every aspect of her. And so I ended up pulling for her because I'm contrarian like that. But I don't. I just like the way her animations are put together. I think they're very characterful in a lot of ways. I I haven't really spent much time assessing her performance as a character or anything like that, but she's relatively fun to use. She's an off an off-field DPS basically with sort of healing and support that comes out of it. But because she's one of the sort of the more competent off-fielders as far as still contributing to the damage goes, I think that she's going to have a relatively strong baseline performance going forward. I lack a cryo driver or hydro driver to really take advantage of her buffs in a big way, but I think that it's I think that she will once Skirk comes out, I think that she will probably start to perform reasonably well.
Yeah. As soon as you get a good driver
I-
for her, her numbers for just her off field damage look crazy. No!
yeah, like I'm not going to stand anywhere near that thing.
I can blow it up pretty quick with the
Yeah,
cow.
when I have used her sort of briefly in story modes and things like that, she seems to do enough damage from off field that enemies basically evaporate, but that's usually a small fry. I haven't really tested her in any kind of pressing circumstance, but I wouldn't be able to really get much mileage out of that anyway, since I don't have a full team build for her, other than a fairly sort of marginal design, which is to use Mona as a driver, which is not really a traditional driver. Although there are people who swear by it, because there are a lot of people who swear by various things Mona has. But yeah, I was very badly brutalized by the gacha in the process. So I am now the proud owner of C2 Jean and also of Navia's signature weapon. So, yeah.
That weapon is pretty character locked.
Yeah, I mean, I can sort of bend my mind around to come up with ways in which it might at some point in the distant future become applicable, but it's not easy to think of use cases, to be totally honest.
No, it's meant for a character that can suck up shards with a vacuum hose. Like, if you can't do that, it's going to be hard to min max that thing.
Yeah, which, to be totally honest, should have been an attribute of Geo to begin with.
Just
It
didn't.
should not really be a specific thing. I mean, I understand why it's not, because most early Geo design is based around. Oh, did I press the wrong button?
Yeah, you left. I gotta wait on the 10-second countdown when it gets there to restart it. That's okay. So Lonin's kind of working. Let's see if we got a better option.
A lot of the early Geo design did center around picking and choosing which elemental shard you picked up, rather than being fairly agnostic about what it was, the way Navia is. But I still think that Geo kind of needs to be rethought, because, like, if you look at characters since Navia that are Geo, would you be able to tell that they were Geo based on anything that they do?
Other than the fact that you run into the inevitable elemental damage problem that Geo has now.
Yeah, they just don't use Geo mechanics at all. End of story.
Yep.
So, yeah.
No. On the plus side, they sometimes they can keep themselves shielded enough through something that has an innate element that you don't have to worry too much about taking damage. But usually much of a muchness when we have so many healers in the game right now.
But yeah, Escoffier is basically a cryo official that has Oz follow her around instead of sitting in one location. So she's quite good at just dishing out consistent damage at a reasonable clip, and shreds while she's doing it. And she's got a nice chunky heal plus heal ticks from her burst. So just all round good supporter, but very, very strongly, though not like strictly locked, but strongly favors teams consisting only of Hydro and Cryo characters. So it's
The scaling on her
definitely
passive is
something.
like something like 5, 10, 15, 55% res shred, ain't it?
Yeah, it's really steeply scaled in favor of teams like that. Though I have seen a lot of people proposing, oops, I summoned the wrong kind of I summoned the cooking one. So this weird thing about Escoffier, is that you can occasionally summon a cooking appliance in combat, which is not the combat one, because she can summon, if you hold the button too long, she will summon one that you can cook with, and if you tap it, then she summons the combat version of it. The cooking one does not function as the combat one. I don't know why not. There's not really any good reason why it shouldn't, but it doesn't. It doesn't function at all. So the cooking is quite bizarre. It basically, you just pump elemental damage into it once it's summoned, and it will cook something. The foods are mostly unremarkable, but the rare one, the orange color top tier proc one, is technically, I think it's better in terms of magnitude than the best one, the Adeptus Temptation one.
I see. Remember, you can do plunging attacks too with Chimkin.
I suppose I could do it, but I don't know what the elemental particle generation rate is from plunging
Oh no,
attacks.
just if we get hamster balled and I have the thing going, you can help if I bring the Chimkin. And I have the Chimkin with me. That helmet's awful.
Oh my goodness, it's atrocious. Everything is atrocious. But yeah, so it's in a lot of ways. I mean, I think that the attitude that seems to be popular about her being just generally terrible is probably because, in a standalone sense, she's not remarkable or splashy. Ain't no meta shifting around her, at least for now.
Yeah, and she's coming out at a time after a lot of high profile pulls popped, and we have a bunch more high profile pulls popping up very soon.
And she's Fontainian, and she has no Night Soul abilities, and she has no movement abilities. Like, she's sort of a counter signal to everything that has been happening recently. But I don't see how this really translates to her being bad. I guess it's just one of those things where people try and assuage their insecurity about not being able to pull a character or having to pass up a character because they're saving something else. They try and assuage that by convincing themselves that it's bad and they're not missing out on anything or something.
I get this feeling a lot from people in Hoyo games. I think Rappa was another instance of it, where Rappa came out after a bunch of high profile reruns.
That was a damn squib then, wasn't it? Because Rapper has been one of the most reliable workhorses season over season and end game of any character that I've got. I hit the Doom button again.
Yeah. But yeah, Rappa turned out to be great for general purpose farming if you can do the break team. But yeah, I saw a lot of Doom posting about her. Saw a lot of Doom posting about Veresa, even though she's perfectly fine. You know, if this domain will cooperate. It's not.
Yeah, I think Veresa's a lot like many specialized characters in that you need to commit to the bit, and once you do, you get the payoff.
You don't even need Chimkin for her optimal setup, I don't think. But for generic, just free play and just running around and playing the character, Chimkin makes this way easier. Kill it in time. Oh.
But yeah, so I now have a Scofier, and I have her signature weapon. Her signature weapon is not. It's not one of those signature weapons that you really need. But the reality is that pole arms are just so bad that I was like, I could put a really bad pole arm on her, or I could just, bite the bullet and get one that I know will work.
Only one character can have the catch equipped.
Like, the best non 5-star pole arm for Escoffier is Deathmatch. That's how bad pole arm selection is.
And we run into a bit of an energy problem. It's probably going to the hamster ball. Oh, nope, it died. You're just figuring out what buttons to push on a Scofier better to make it die faster.
Well, there's not. She's an off fielder, so there's not really a lot for her to do. I'm mainly trying to decide exactly what the pace of use for her should be when I'm actually using her as an on fielder. But yeah, there's not really a lot. I had to press the button again. I wish it wasn't so easy to do that. Yeah, there's not really a lot for me to do playing a supporter on field because I brought 2 supporters because I think Farina and Escoffier work exceptionally well together, since they both apply an element from off field. They both buff quite strongly, and the the heavy lifting is automatic for the most part. But yeah, I'm planning to join Team Make Cryo Great Again when Skirk comes out, and use her as a cryo driver on field, and have that as one of my staple teams going forward into to Nod Cry / Snezhnaya. But yeah, in terms of the story that has come out, without going into too much detail, mostly the interlude chapter stands alone. Um, it's it this is one of the most frustrating things about Hoyo stories, is that this chapter depends really, really heavily on Simolanka of all things.
Oh, if you didn't see Wanderer and Samalanka
Well,
Dvalan story, you're
Wander himself is only referred to; he's not like directly involved, but the a lot of the elements, of the story, like like uh Dragon Spine, like the Hexenzirkel, like the various characters that have become involved, the various characters and their positions during where they were during the Simolanka story, and so on and so forth. Like it basically follows directly on from Simolanka,
I see.
which is it just makes the whole "we're not going to archive stories" thing really seem spectacularly dumb.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, it doesn't just branch on from Simolanka either. It branches off of two such events. One of them is Simolanka. The other one is an event centered around Albedo that took place on Dragonspine yonks ago that I wasn't playing during. And these are the two stories that feed into this major interlude. So the whole experience was kind of frustrating. It was like there's like a bunch of there's like there's a you're trying to spend time with a bunch of people all on a bunch of inside jokes that you're not part of.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of this, oh yeah, this is the story content in the game, and it really, really deeply frustrates me that the response online is, you don't need to play these. You can just watch them on YouTube. I disagree.
I
I
can
disagree. I'm not part of the story unless I played it.
I can use that goblet for Navia.
This feather is sort of semi. No, actually, this feather is terrible. I forgot. Skirk doesn't have an energy bar, so this is terrible.
I got a crit rate, attack percent, energy recharge, Geo Goblet. If it doesn't, in fact, even if it does roll crap in this 4 stat, as long as it doesn't hit exclusively that stat, Navia might have a new goblet. Yeah, I part of the reason I haven't been as like I've had another game to play, obviously, that I really wanted to get through, but the uh, the other reason I've been hesitant to play is this one takes place in Mondstadt, and I still play Genshin in English, and all those characters are going to be muted.
I have heard, not with any sort of confirmation, that that in a later update they're going to add the dubs back in. That's at least some of these people have been able to get the recording done behind the backs of the union. It's just that it wasn't in time to get it released with the base release.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So I think Wendy Lee, Venti's voice actress, alluded to that in and said in 5.7, a good chunk of them should be back. But as it stands right now,
So
with the entire cast functionally going to be muted for characters that have very established voices in my head, I'm tempted to hold off on the Archon quest as long as I can, Uh, basically, until if there's any bonus rewards, I haven't checked the event tab. We're doing it in a timely manner. Just write it up until it gets like a week out from that.
I'm trying to think if there are any sort of story reasons that I should believe that you're likely to get confused or spoiled going forward if you hold on, but I can't think of any offhand because, like I said, it follows on from story content that has hitherto been irrelevant to the main plot in various ways.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's possible that um, will drop some content that alludes to it, but I think you can probably survive until the next patch. Um, the main story sort of it splits into two, because they've got a story of sort of the magnitude of the games design festival in Inazuma is also going alongside it, which is completely unrelated and unconnected in any way. It's just kind of there.
Yeah.
So it's got that format of you get a chapter every 2 days type of thing, and it's a fully voiced story. But it's mainly Fontaine and Netland characters so far.
Yeah, it's got Escofia's picture on it. So I was gonna do her story quest first, and then do the event in Fontaine. But I was going to hold off on the Archon quest in Mondstadt, and as long as I can until rewards start getting docked. Because
Yeah,
there's
I can't. Well, the only sort of fly in the ointment is that the interlude quest is where you are introduced to the new weekly boss. So if you care about that in context and have some reason you need to farm it, then it's not going to make much sense because the actual when you go back and repeat the boss, all of the story cutscenes are still embedded in it.
yeah,
Because I did it as a weekly this week.
I don't have any reason to farm it yet. I'm not planning on rolling for Skirk.
Well, I'm just here to tell you it is going to be crammed full of story spoilers for the interlude
Okay. So
if you do it, because all of the cutscenes from the story are stay in there. They're not trimmed out, which is a weird decision, but it is what they did.
okay. So we'll just we'll have to make executive decisions as we go forward on how much I feel like dodging the general community at large for spoilers and that boss particularly, and see if there's any characters that come out that might need his materials.
I mean, in all likelihood, there will be some, but it probably won't be that soon. I don't really foresee there being much in the way of that. Maybe EFAs do. I'm not sure. I don't know what EFA requires, but you're not generally one to build Icky Boy characters unless you absolutely have to for some reason. Um, yeah, I think it should be fine. It's just that it is a bit spoilery. Like, there's no major plot concepts introduced in any of those cutscenes. It's mainly just dramatic action set piece type material, but it's always disappointing to me if I don't get to see such things in context because they lose their impact.
So I can probably safely avoid the boss until I do it, as long as I don't feel like as long as I'm okay with just dodging the general Genshin at large discussion, which I don't keep super big tabs on to begin.
Um, but overall, I mean, it was an okay interlude. Um, it's like I said, it derives from two sort of like side stories, so it doesn't have that sort of like deep lore connective tissue feel that like your Dunsleaf interludes tend to.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit more sort of like low key than that, not quite whimsical necessarily, but not. It doesn't have the same sense of this is earth shattering revelations here type of thing. It's not on that sort of level. I wouldn't say. But certainly there's material in there that is being revealed, like I'm trying to think of what I can say. There are some sort of like allusions to sort of the state of the broader cosmologies that we were introduced to by way of Natlan's story and so forth. Like there's mentions of such things. Although you don't, it's one of those things where you don't really, in a Dunsleaf storyline, you face the plot concepts head on that affect the myth arc of the world as a whole. In this one, you can constantly hear them muttering around the edges, but you never really see them directly. It's that type of interlude. And of course, as a throwaway, that is technically a spoiler, but doesn't mean anything to anybody, so it's not really a spoiler. I press the button again. The traveler receives a gift which is not shown or described in any way, as a reward for her efforts during the story, that you are told is something only she can use and will be important later. And that's literally all you know about it. So this is your Chekhov's gun you're being handed at the end of the interlude, and then that's the last thing that's said about it.
Oh, at least they're
So
remembered to set up stuff after the train wreck that was Natlan's final chapter. Oh, we ran into energy regen issues again. Chimkin could not get her helicopter up. Hang on, we charge attack plunge in here because energy regen got really out of whack.
I was like, I can't jump very high. I don't know what's going on.
I couldn't deploy the Chimkin helicopter because I didn't get enough energy on her last time.
Well, this is sort of a bit of a pain in the neck with co-op players, that your energy regen never works the way it's supposed to, because you're not regenerating the right particles anymore unless you are playing an orthodox team.
Usually, I run Chimkin with both Verisa and Yansan, so there's the double Electro bonus.
Oh my goodness,
That
hate
might. I'm gonna gamble on it later. Remind me, I've got a flower to see if it rolls right. It's got crit,
boy,
got
flower.
crit rate, crit damage, but oh, you left, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
It's got crit rate, crit damage, and flat defense, but it's all 3-statters, so it can fix itself. Well, it's already fine if it rolls into the crit rate, crit damage, but it's also a flower, one of the 2 easy pieces to get.
Easy, except when it's not.
Easier than trying to get flipping hats.
Hats don't exist.
I usually have a goblet of the right element for some set. They'll usually be the totally wrong set. Just floating around somewhere to use as the off piece, because I just save every elemental goblet I get. But when it comes to hats in particular, it's a total crapshoot. Helicopter ran up. So yeah,
Yeah. So the main story is like you can hold off on it for now, provided that you don't need to farm the boss or anything. And there are revelations, but their significance is completely unclear. Because it sounds like sort of offhand corollary information at this stage. The other story is purely a fun story. You will see a lot of Navia in this patch, like a lot of Navia. This might as well be a Navia patch. She pokes her nose into basically every situation apart from the Mondstadt story. But yeah, the other story is only 1 chapter out so far, but it seems to be purely a purely fun, like, fan service. Basically, you get to see the Netland cast and the Fontaine cast interacting, or the well, mostly it's two dragons of the opposite kinds talking to each other. That is to say, Nuvoletta and Kakuku, which are about as far apart in character as you can get. But
What's wrong with you,
they're
bro?
both technically
Why do you do so much
they're
damage,
both
bro?
they're both technically dragons. So but yeah, and then there's the activity that accompanies it is the little management sim.
Seem to be having a kick with those over at Hoyo. They did one for Star Rail for the anniversary.
Yeah, this one is sort of this one is more turn based than the Star Rail one. Like, it's not timer based; it's phase based. So, and it feels kind of like a hybrid between the Star Rail one and the Alchemy Shop. Um, but yeah, I haven't spent much time tooling around with it yet since I only got to it this morning. But yeah, Escoffier's story is, I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was quite fun. It was a little bit predictable, but that didn't really take away from it too much. I was amused to see that it actually has its own mechanics. Like, they add a special mechanic. They really sort of going all out on character stories these days, unless the character story is Mivweeka's, in which case, who cares? But it's got like a cooking mini mechanic embedded in it, which I thought was kind of novel. But it's basically a lengthy episode of Shokugeki
Let's see.
in effect. Yeah. So Escoffier as a character is basically, if what's his name, George Ramsay was a tsundere, I guess.
Was a cute blonde anime girl.
Yeah. But yeah, I enjoyed the story. It took a couple hours to get through. It was one of the sort of on the lengthier end of the character stories. Not very much combat involved as per usual. Mainly just running around talking to people. Lots of Navia, who it's sort of hard to tell.
Being Navia.
Oh wow, this is an incredible goblet, but it's definitely not an incredible goblet for the set that it's supposed to be a part of.
Yeah, I'm looking at one that's definitely workable for Nahida. No, it's not. It doesn't have EM on it. I don't know who the heck I would use this on. It could probably work for somebody, though.
Just posted in live show chat.
Oh, give me! My Navia would love
Yeah, I
that.
can't do that. I can't do that. I'm
That
afraid.
that is every single one of her the stats she wants. Gimme. Well, now you gotta pull Navia, so you got a goblet you can use on her. Offset. Or you can wait for the chicken rerun and build plunging attack Navia. Apparently that's a thing.
But yeah, there's not really much to say about the story. It's a pretty conventional character story. A lot of them seem to have a similar sort of layout, where it's basically you introduce the character. There'll be a sort of a central mystery, and you'll learn a little bit about the character. You don't actually learn much about Escoffier's past per se, the way you do with most character stories seem to delve a great deal into the sort of the background of a character. But for Escoffier, it really isn't. It's more about who she is as a person now, what her personality is like, the way she interacts with other people, the things she prioritizes. and that type of thing, rather than what's her backstory, what was her upbringing like type of story. It's not really like one of those. But
All right, I'm running low
but
on
yeah,
resin, so I think we call it call the thing there. I have only like 5 fragile resin left.
that's fine. I've got about 70, so it's not a bad flower, but it's definitely not what I would consider a good flower either.
Let's see if we can turn some of these pieces into something good before they go in the mulch machine.
Where is my automatically scrap everything that's not maximum rarity, Hoyo? Even Star Rail can do it. I'm sure you can manage it.
That'll work. That flower fixed itself. Tag percent, but I don't really care as long as we don't hit the defense too hard. Recharge, I'll take it. Rate, definitely take it.
It's not mentioned anywhere in the actual story for Escoffier, but the voice actor in the English voice actor for Escoffier in the preview for the version was very emphatic that Escoffier does not have a tail. It's actually sort of a mechadendrite thing that she uses to basically have an extra hand when
I,
cooking.
I see. Also, flower 1, it did not hit the defense.
Well, that's not too bad then.
We'll take it. Get a hat. We definitely didn't get that. I don't think I saw crit anything on those hats. No.
I always get defense hats. But I do like her animations, how she holds her weapon in her tail and just sort of strikes poses while her tail does the fighting for her.
Yeah.
And of course, fights with a giant fork. Because obviously. But overall the version is pretty chunky in terms of the amount of different story that you've got to do, although it goes down 3 different paths, and one of those paths is only going to be around for 2 weeks because Hoyo are retarded. I still insistently stick complaints about that in every feedback that I send because it just seems so unnecessary. Like that, surely they can't think FOMO is so powerful that it's worth scrapping large quantities of content after 2 weeks.
I'm gonna go murder Cryo Reg is fine.
I don't know. I don't know how much. I don't know how much crunch the team goes through at Hoyo, who develop Genshin Impact, but normally I would expect that more than 2 weeks worth of work goes into creating these patches that are only around for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm utterly incredulous that they keep doing this, that they keep scrapping content like this, because it seems so wasteful, so terribly wasteful. And they added one of those little summary texts about what happened in the Dragonspine event that I was not present for at the near the beginning of the interlude, so you can read sort of like an extremely brief summary of what took place, so you aren't completely lost. But it really feels like, well, you didn't actually have to do it like this. You could have just put the quest back into the game for me to participate in the story mode. It doesn't need to be the full-fledged event again. You can just put the story quest in. Nobody will be upset at you for doing that. Or maybe they will. It's sort of hard to tell with some people. But yeah, I just don't know why they do these kinds of things. So the little drip fed story, which comes out with a chapter every 2 days type of format, that's basically about you helping Navia run a new theme park, and then there's a sort of a smuggling mystery going on in the background, and so on and so forth. And Auroron acting like even more of an airhead than normal. And it's going to disappear in 2 weeks because reasons. Yeah, so play it while you can. It doesn't have spoilers for anything that you haven't done. So, well, so far it hasn't anyway. I don't see how it would. But yeah, it is what it is.
Leave it to Navia to open Disney World in Genshin.
It's not really. It's like it's implied that it's meant to be a bit more. I suppose in execution, it's more or less like Disney World, but it's implied that the gist of it is supposed to be more like Movie World, in on the Gold Coast.
Oh, like Universal Studios or something.
I don't know. Nobody talks about Universal Studios theme park. But yeah. At any rate, that little event is basically it's a management thing with a few little mini games embedded in it. It's, honestly, it reminds me a little bit of the museum event from Star Rail,
Oh, I see.
because you have to hire staff for the attractions and that sort of thing. But yeah. Yeah. Overall, the patch has got, for a patch which doesn't add any new areas, it's quite a bit of content, particularly for people like me who don't have a lot of free time to explore huge tracts of land, but really want to get like a few good, 1 or 2 good evenings of solid story content in my very limited free time. Like, this is basically supplying that. So yeah. Don't know that there's much more to comment about. There's no bonus materials for the interlude chapter either, based on what I can see here. There are bonus materials, so completing Escoffier's story quest in the first 20 days or whatever. So that's worth doing. There's still more than a month left on area exploration for the Sacred Mountain for people that
Oh
haven't
yeah,
done that.
I haven't done that yet either. Been on the list.
Like I said, there's still more than a month. I just did the minimum and called it good. As usual, I'm not completionist enough to focus on that.
Just had other games
The
to play.
new world boss is obnoxious, even with the Mavwika shortcut. Since I don't have cracked Mavwika, I can't kill it that quickly. And if she doesn't crit, well, you might be in for a bad time because it has a lot of health, and it does pretty much exclusively hydro damage and a lot of it. Like, a lot of it. Oh, I mean, it seems like a lot of it, but Mavwika is also kind of a glass cannon. So it's not strange that if you bring her out at the wrong phase of the fight, you'll hit her ultimate and she'll be immortal because ultimates make you immortal, and then she'll get jibbed by the amount of hydro damage just sort of flailing around wildly. But yeah. Overall, decent version for one of the TOC versions, I guess, since they seem to tick and TOC. Yeah, so they've done heaps of previews online for Nod Cry, so I presume that's where we're headed next. And they've name dropped a whole bunch of characters. You get a bunch of you get to hear a bunch of chatter from the Hexen Circle, mainly Alice as usual. Since Alice is Clee's mother, so she's the one that we are most familiar with from other events in the past, and she's still a total ray of sunshine compared to the rest of the Hexen Circle. But yeah, it's a decent version, but there's not much else than that I can say about it. As far as the other games are concerned, I don't think I've really done anything new in ZZZ except fall behind in my dailies repeatedly because I don't have enough time in the evenings for that kind of thing. But yeah, there's not really much going on there. That was just the Bamboo Food delivery event again,
Yeah,
which is it's an opportunity for some brief character interactions, which can be fun. I tend to enjoy anything that involves getting to see Miyabi be a total fish out of water in the real world, because the only thing she knows how to do is train and hit with sword. But not really much to say there. Star Rail also on the beat week for the new version coming out shortly. They had the combat event. Combat event was they pitched the difficulty too easy this time, in my opinion, because literally every stage can just be brute forced using a Casterus team.
Yeah, I didn't have
Which,
any issue with it at all.
yeah, it's just you don't need to even use the gimmicks if you don't want to. The difficulty was just too easy. Like I've done this. This is the latest in a series of these combat events that take place on Herta State Base Station, where they're trying to tune this combat simulator. And this is by far the easiest. Like, it's not even close. The idea of actually managing to fail one of these is pretty exceptional. Whereas before, there were people all over the internet, like, trying to get advice on what particular combination of things they could use in order to sort of like crack the amount necessary to get the jades. So maybe they just got too much feedback that it was too hard or something, and so they've dumbed it down. Going forward, this is basically, I think that we're on sort of the last content drop for Star Rail before the new version. The new version preview is up, and it was extremely abbreviated compared to previous ones in terms of the amount of content. They just didn't talk very much. They just didn't have that much to say. There's no major systems optimizations coming out or anything like that. What that means, I don't know. If it means anything in particular as far as the development cycle is concerned. But basically, the first segment was just about the story, where we're headed next, what locations we're going to see, what bosses we're going to fight. So, as most people would have predicted, quite obviously, we're off to try and bully the Sky Titan next, and the Sky Titan is the most unreasonable and vicious among all the Titans. So yeah, we are going to the giant floating castle in the sky to do battle. The second segment was basically character previews for Hyacine and Cypher. Their kits have been tweaked quite a bit since the last version of closed beta that I bothered to look at, to the point where Hyacine's is no longer non-functional and inane in a Castoris team, and is now quite obviously the optimal for a Castoris team. So she's going to be... She looks like she will work perfectly well as an all-purpose general remembrance healer in any team that you want to slot a healer into. However, she's definitely going to be maximally effective in a premium Casterus team. So this is basically a pull for those people who either A, lack a heal sustain and want another one, B, just really like Hyacine and think she's adorable and they want, rainbows and unicorns in their combat animations,
And
or
Barbara.
C, or want Space Barbara, or Ancient Greek Barbara, or whatever type of Barbara you want to call her. Or C, they're just all in on building the most premium possible Caster's team to carry them through the next few versions into the future. This is sort of like adding Jachu to your Acheron team. It's like, well, the Acheron team already works, but this is just going to make it that much more premium.
Yeah, I'm
So
if that's the case, I'm stuck in a little bit of an awkward situation, because what you call it? While I can get away with the characters I have right now. Castries and Aglaya are currently pulling poor Wowo in half.
Wowo is way more valuable to Aglaya than she is to Casterus.
Yeah, but I don't have another option for Castris. I have Wowo as the only thing that gives health back that's any good.
Yeah, so I'm thinking the Hyacine might actually be a good pull for you if you're intending to go that route. That is, if you want Casterus to be an ongoing concern for you into the future as one of your main premium teams that you will slot. there is a prospect that at present has mixed value, because in terms of brute output, Casterus is one of the most powerful teams out there. However, she does not have a way to deal with situations where you're going up against enemies that have like between 40 and 80% resist to quantum.
Yeah. No, in theory,
So
that's well, she won't work in an AOE scenario there unless 3 targets is enough. Aglaya can, in theory, take care of most of those scenarios that would come up.
but yeah, that's the limitation on the Casterus team, is simply that it's an element locked team at present. The Cypher was previewed as well. Cypher just looks like the opposite end of the spectrum to Jiachu in terms of garnishing your Acheron team. Because the Acheron team, Casterus, not Casterus, Cypher is a character who looks like she will work in basically any team that can accommodate a sub DPS. Like there's not going to be really no team that can't use her. But she leans very heavily into nihility heavy teams and into follow up teams. So if you don't have a Numby and you don't want to have a Numby, she fills a similar role in that she capitalizes on adding extra damage to what the rest of your team are doing, because she banks damage that is dealt by other characters and then pays it back to the single target that she's marked. So she's basically the inverse Numby. Rather than proactively going out and doing damage, she returns damage later after it's been done. So yeah, so she seems like an alternative for people who are trying to augment a follow-up team, usually spearheaded by Fei Xiao. Or alternatively, because she's nihility, you can just use her as a way to sort of like sharpen the spear on an Acheron team to make it more single target focused. Um, she does add very good general purpose defense shred, if I recall correctly, how her kit works. Just when she's on field, she tends to lower the defense by a reasonably hefty chunk, which justifies her inclusion when she's basically just a follow-up attacker, that she gives passive debuffs to enemies. So generally speaking, I think she slots very effectively into both the follow-up and the Acheron teams, while also being able to find a home in any team that has room for a secondary DPS. So in that sense, I feel like she's a pretty solid general purpose character design that doesn't militate in favor of you must build a specific team to support this character the way a lot of other characters do. Like there seems to be a very sort of clear divide accumulating in the character space of Star Rail, where there are characters that you build around, and there are characters that are the characters that you use as the building blocks to build around other ones. And Cypher's definitely in the latter category.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, those two are the ones that are coming out in the next patch. I have not committed to pulling for either of them. I have all but the higher scene in in a in a premium Casterus team. So I could go that route and just make my Casterus team as premium as humanly possible. That said, I haven't had any trouble just running Gallagher as the healer on that side. He seems to work perfectly fine for the role. And since I was running Break for the longest time as one of my main teams, my Gallagher's fully built. So there's not really a pressing need for me to bring in Hyacine. Now, bringing in Hyacine would definitely make the Casterus team more powerful, but I don't think it would necessarily make it more powerful than, say, using Gallagher and getting an idol on for Triby would probably be just as effective.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sort of much of a muchness. I don't feel very pressured to pull Hyacine, other than the fact that she's just an adorable ray of sunshine, being the Barbara of space.
And,
Cypher, I don't really have much interest in premiumizing my follow up team. Like I've got Fei Xiao, so I have a follow up option when follow up is strongly indicated for some reason. And in conjunction with March 7th, that's worked perfectly well. I still use Acheron from time to time, but my other Acheron team members other than Acheron herself, are so sub-premium that trying to update that team would probably require me to get multiple characters. So I'm not really focused on that right now, since I've got some very strong teams to build up as it is. So I'm not headed down those routes.
Okay.
Event-wise, they also didn't have that much to talk about in the third segment. The main two events that they covered are, for this version, that they're going to have... there's going to be a sort of like a racing mini game of sorts. Not really sure how to describe it exactly. It's sort of like a how do you say? It's from the point of the third person point of view of, say, like a Mario Kart style of thing, but because Star Rail is not a full-fledged racing game, it's a simplified engine, so it's basically the sort of the rail based mechanic where, you know, there might be, say, 4 or 5 rails, and you will tab the character over from, you know, rail to rail. It might be like the arcade game in ZZZ. I don't remember exactly what that was like, but yeah, it's a simplified racing game of sorts. That's going to be one of the major events, and the other major event is going to be sort of like the next version of the Adventures of the Galactic Baseballer game, which is the one where you clear stages and you build up special weapons, sort of the thing that served as the prototype for the unknowable domain mode. And the third thing that they are bringing out in this version is the second half of the simulated divergent universe blessings for the other set of flame chasers. And the second set, where the first set is based around building stability and coping with being in one or the other of the night or day modes for an extended period of time, the second set seems to be more focused on accumulating buffs by switching from day to night and then back again. And each time there's a change, you get bonuses instead. That seems to be the way that one's going. Yeah, so that's all of the official information that's come out. Very little has leaked so far in the terms of mechanics for Artoria and for Emia when they come into the game in their event, which is at least one version out from now. Most people are saying 3.4, though that's not confirmed by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think. They could always delay it. And since there's no even leaked information, testing's probably not very far along on those characters yet. I don't know if that means they're just going to make them bland and underwhelming, which they can probably get away with since they're going to be selling them on IP. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see as far as that's concerned. The leaks so far mechanically on characters have centered around Phynon, who has been drip marketed for the next version after Hyacinth and Cyphers. Mechanically, Phynon is basically another new archetype. So Phynon is going to be the inaugural character of a new character archetype that is the Mano a Mano archetype that you will have seen demonstrated in Précy in the current combat event. That is to say, basically, his mode of use, roughly speaking, is to set him up, and then he will set up the field, probably blow his ult, and then he'll move into Mano a Mano mode, where he will basically be a single superpowered character that you have on the field, rather than having a whole team. So the team will therefore be based around supporting him to power him up, bring him into his Mano a Mano mode, and then to basically get him back there again when he falls out of that mode eventually. So yeah, it's a different team archetype that he's going to be bringing in by the looks of things. And other various leaks have suggested that there are characters coming out that are going to, say, be characters who, rather than summoning a Memo Sprite for themselves, for example, will summon a Memo Sprite attached to someone else. So that would help the Mano a Mano archetype, because it would mean that they could have a Memo Sprite helping them, whereas in the current version of Finon, he obliterates all other things on the field apart from himself, basically. So you've got no team. There are teammates' memo sprites disappear. Any field effects that your team has set up disappear. But although that's in this case, that's because Finon has his own field effect that overwrites other field effects.
This is giving me PTSD flashbacks for yesterday. I'll get more into it when we get to my week. But the more you describe this, the more, oh no, it's coming back into the front of my brain.
So yeah, basically he's got his own resource systems and that, and he basically overrides everything into his own world, basically. And so yeah, this is an interesting archetype going forward. I kind of enjoyed the novelty of doing the mano a mano thing. It was obviously designed for Casterus, was my take on it when I used it in the combat event that's currently running, because I was absolutely able to shred Hule 1v1 with Casterus, which was a very satisfying feeling as somebody who doesn't have a super premium follow-up team and therefore struggles with Hule quite a bit. Because Hule's major strength, right, is that he gets a million turns. And follow-up attackers are the only archetype that can match him in terms of number of turns necessary to disable his debuffs. Other archetypes attack too slowly. So, yeah, I as somebody who has Hule PTSD, having mano a mano Casterus versus Hule and then tearing Hule to pieces was incredibly satisfying. So yeah, I'm interested to see where they go with this archetype. Hopefully they won't rest on their laurels and they'll continue to expand the sort of like richness and variation between characters. I have to say that going from a character like Casterus to a character like Anaxa is kind of jarring, because Anaxa is definitely a character of the old mode who he has a really impressive utility knife of different functions that he can fulfill, but they all are just sort of like according to the old rubric, whereas Casterus is a lot more novel in that you've got fine-grained control over how and when and why you would choose to deploy your ultimate, your Shoop de Whoop Dragon, how you're going to execute on that, the interplay between HP resources and what Casterus can do on her own turns versus what the dragon does on its turns. Like, there's just a lot more depth in decision making with Casterus. Although anything outside the toughest battles, the only decision you will make is Shoop or de Whoop. So
the correct answer is I'm a fire and my laser. It's only a question of do you want to delay it by a turn to make the laser bigger.
But yeah, so it's an interesting archetype they're moving forward with. We'll see how it actually shapes up when he comes out. I'm sure he'll be overpowered as all get out, because he's definitely the main character of the story in a lot of ways. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It seems like an archetype that design-wise is a fine line to walk, because you don't want to design it in such a way that it's so vulnerable having one character on a team, because, you know, if you've got one character on the team now, he's going to take all the damage. And you don't really want to give him so many turns that it might as well just be a single-use ult. But, I mean, I get the impression that the current design has basically, when you go into his mano a mano mode, it inserts a fixed number of extra turns into the lineup to ensure that you aren't like responding once for every 5 of the opponent's turns or whatever, because it would just result in you dying. But likewise, you don't want to make it so strong that you're basically in an immortal phase when he's on the field. There needs to be some sort of balance there between needing to use it wisely and not being so fragile that you're almost always using it unwisely unless you hold it for an excessive amount of time. So yeah, in terms of balancing tasks, it's definitely a difficult one to tackle. Remains to be seen if Star Rail can actually do it, because the balancing has been all over the map. But yeah, that's about all I've got to say.
All right. So is that everything for your week?
Probably nothing happened in Blue Archive this week, so there's nothing to talk about there.
I've had a lot of Blue Archive, but not from Blue Archive this week. So I guess we'll jump into my week then and continue on the Hoyo tangent first to get all the Hoyo stuff mopped up. We'll do Genshin last. So Star Rail's in total farm mode. Because Casterus came so quickly, last time, and her banners are really nice to me. I'm actually in the best currency position of all the 3 games in Star Rail right now. So I can afford to target Barbara, or I'm never ever going to call her Hyacinth. It's going to be Barbara forever. So I'm in a good position to go for Barbara if I want to. Their pre-farming help things came out today or yesterday in the little log guide, so I went ahead and targeted Barbara. Because she's been changed so much, I'm leaning towards pulling her, but I haven't. I guess we're not doing domain. It would be inappropriate to discuss my week outside of Fontaine. What you call it? Oh, where was I going with this?
I
Right.
don't know.
Right. So, because my Wowo is currently pulled between my 2 Remembrance teams, the Shoop to Whoop Dragon being the AoE generic version, and the Aglaya team being the I need something dead really hard, but it needs a very specific team, and I cannot field both of them simultaneously because Wowo cannot leave that team. With the current, I don't have Eidolons on any of those characters except for Wowo. She has Eidolon 1. I pulled for that. That team does not have the energy recharge to get Aglaya's engine turned over without Wowo. So if Aglaya needs fielding for whatever reason, Wowo's got to go with her. And so does Sunday, and so does Remembrance Trailblazer, because she has got to get as many turns as humanly possible to juice herself as hard as she can. And she has to get juiced by Sunday and Wowo. And if all these stars don't align and something goes wrong, she will not have enough juice to keep the engine turning over and over again. And if you cannot loop that ultimate, you're in bad news bears with the Aglaya team. It has got to be able to loop itself. So Wowo is stuck with her, and it means I cannot field the Caster's team and the Aglaya team simultaneously as long as the situation is set up the way it is. So Hyacinth's looking like I like Barbara. I'll try and get her. Her light cone has looked really powerful in the previews. I don't know where that's going to settle at the end of everything. My currency position isn't good enough.
They often see a lot of change before release. Sometimes they see no change, but I often see last minute tweaks. That's why they always reveal the light cones long after they reveal the characters officially.
Yeah.
That's usually the last thing that comes out because it's their last chance to make sure that they aren't going to break the game just at the S1 level.
Yeah. So my currency situation is I could probably get Barbara and Cypher if I wanted. Follow up is my main team when it's not in Shoop to Whoop Dragon or Aglaya mode. So having Cypher there as an option, and I think she's just cute. I like cat grills. Is something I'm strongly considering. Problem is, I almost certainly will not have enough currency to get both their light. I will barely be able to get both of them and one of their light cones. So I need to make some executive decisions around pull time, and I don't have to pull for Barbara out the gate. Especially if the in-game modes available during Barbara's banner don't require the Castries and the Aglaya team. I can wait on pulling her light cone and make decisions later in the banner cycle. And when we know more about Cypher's kit and light cone coming out, and when they start locking that in harder. So we will see. But I will almost certainly go for Barbara the character. And I'm leaning towards going for Cypher the character. Might go for Barbara's light cone. Probably won't have enough currency laying around to go for Cypher's light cone, and I don't think I'm going to spend any Star Rail. So that's where we're at in Star Rail. Otherwise, it's pure farm mode. ZZZ. I'm not pulling for Hugo, so that's a wash. So that means I have an entire upcoming banner cycle with nothing really to target unless I want to vertically invest in my characters. A lot of them could use drive disc upgrades, but I've set a goal for myself that is insane, and to slowly work through my entire roster and get everybody I have leveled up to level 90. Or not 90, 60.
It's a lot of Denny's, man.
Yes. And the reason specifically I want to do this is so I don't have to think about EXP anymore. Because there's a whole lot of when you're keeping up with one of these games from launch, and you're actively trying to horizontally build your account, you're going to run into the Denny problem. Like, I'm out of credits in Star Rail still too. I finally ran out of credits. Again, I have this problem in all the games. The second I start moving my account horizontally even a little bit, I just start running out of materials. But if I can at least get these idiots their levels done, I don't have to waste time thinking about the upgrade material, the level up promotion materials, or the EXP or the Denny's associated with either of those two actions. If I should ever feel the need to build one in the future, I can skip that part and I can just pull them out and get their skills up and call it done. And then maybe very slowly work on building up their uh, what you call it, their core skills throughout as well, so that I can move the core skills down to just whatever needs farming in the future, and just build up a good mix of them. That would be very helpful. But this is a months long plan that'll go on in the background as I pull for new characters and continue. But it will be the active project in the game whenever there is a Icky Boy patch, basically, with no rerun I want to get. That is to say, in ZZZ, I did decide to go for Jane's M1. And we got there. Her M1 is not spectacular. It doesn't do, because it only affects her passion mode. So it's not going to make her a generic powerhouse murder machine. It just makes her scale a bit better when in passion state by using her attack, because right now it only scales with crit rate. But it lets it get the attack benefits, your attack percent benefits as well in passion state when she's got it active, and it gives you a bit of comfort and just ease of heavy on-field play with her, and that you can hold a second charge of her little spinny move that really juices the passion meter and lets you rebuild it and stay on field better. So quality of life stuff there. You don't need that at all with any of the rotations or builds, but if you like to play her on the field a lot, like I do, and keep her as the main character on the field, instead of just bringing her in for energy dumping and doing stuff in between your other characters' cooldowns, it's just a very handy little thing to have, that extra little pip, because it lets you compensate for any little mistake that made you misjudge your passion gauge and let it fall too low, or your boss ain't doing a whole lot of stuff that you really want to dodge, or you iframe through too much stuff with her EX skill or something instead of perfect dodging and dodge countering. It just gives you a little bit of extra wiggle room, because you can just spin to get it back, as long as you don't spin yourself into an early grave by getting whacked while you're doing it. So I did get the M1 there. It went okay. Basically 90 pulls. I'm not broke in ZZZ, but I am low. Mostly because, and the only reason I had enough currency to even go for it was because I forgot about the stupid currency that you can spend in the shop from just doing pulls that you can cash in for extra pulls. You did pulls, so you just get this pity currency stuff. Not the baby tier one, but the bigger tier one you can usually use to buy like the big light cones and for the starter characters, or the W engines for the standard characters. So I had a bunch
People
of
don't do that, do they?
No, but I forget it's there because I only cash it in for scenarios like this, where there's a character that was not originally on the pull list, but I would like to get some pulls in stock to go get them, because some plans have changed, or an idea I've had has stuck in my brain.
I'm one of those people who just cashes those things in constantly, even during a pulling spree.
I make the conscious decision not to until a scenario like this comes up, just so I treat them as if I don't have them, and that way it gives me a safety net that I've built myself, just in case some pulling plans change. And they did with Jane.
I'm currently in hoarding mode since got I got snookered on Vivian and didn't pull her, so I'm just hoarding for Yishuin now.
Well, you're set at guarantee for the character, aren't you? And
I've got like 45,000.
well, I mean, your character was Kaleda, so you should have the.
Oh yeah. So it's like signature and mindscapes are now on the table type of thing.
Yeah. So yeah, grab Jane. It did take about 90 pulls, but I didn't have to go to the 50-50. Because another Rena came in about a few pulls in, and then Jane showed up about 40 pulls later. So it did hit the pocketbook in CCZ, but I'm not totally dry. With an entire banner cycle plus your waifu's banner cycle to build back up if I want to pull her, I should be able to target somebody just fine. And we don't know what characters are coming on the horizon that may adjust pull plans. Caesar, trying to grab Caesar on a rerun was potential, but I'm leaning away from that idea now. Just because I've already got functional teams the way they are. And while it would be nice to have Caesar, it's not necessary for any of them, and I'm not going to use her like you are.
Yeah, like Caesar's sort of like one of my main on-field workhorses. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do for this character, so for this fight, so I'm just going to use a character that I know I can survive with.
Yeah, Jane falls
Like,
into my
her
generalist bucket.
her mindscapes are basically pure quality of life. Like, Caesar M1 is basically, oh well, her shield, she starts off with her shield rather than having to apply it. She shreds resistance. Her M2 is like, oh, increases her shield's buffs. It increases Caesar's energy gain so that she gets more EX abilities. Like, that all just sort of, they make her perform better type of thing rather than make her do anything different. So because of the sheer amount that I use her, those are sort of like semi on the table depending on how well other types of pulls go. But I don't think I've ever had pulls go well enough that I can spend on luxury in any game. So
Yeah. So that's CZZ and Star Rail. As you can see from me opening my wish screen after cashing in those that bonus currency, my currency ain't doing so hot in Genshin at all. We are locked out unless we want to spend money on Fishwife. Like I am not expecting to get Fishwife on that flippin' Liyue rerun banner, but I will make a token attempt with what I got and hopefully don't make bad decisions. But Fishwife is fried. And why is Fishwife fried? Well, because I've been in Wah Wah land in Clair Obscur. So, Navia coming out, I had French on the brain already, and I love Navia. She's my favorite character in the game, design wise, and up there character wise. But I wanted to get my Navia back to workhorseable because she has really kind of fallen behind with the Natlan characters. Just can't really keep up with them. And in particular, my Navia has had crit rate problems out the wazoo because we cannot get her a hat to save her life. I do not have the sanctifying elixir to craft her a hat, but if I did, I would just make one and call it good. But I do not have the pieces, the sanctifying elixir to make one. This is going to mean I'll need to eventually do the new area at the mountain and cash in some treasure chest tokens, or hope we get some from some Archon quests. Because you only get one per battle pass, I think. I think it's only one battle pass. Let's check. Get one at 26. One at 26. That's it. Yeah. So that one's about the only one we're gonna get, and I still need two more to craft her a hat. But Navia's shoe with me has been crit rate and a little bit energy regen, but mostly crit rate. And I'll pull up her constellation so you can see them, because I went all the way to C2 with her. So that's why we are broke as crap now. Let's see. So her C1 is not super remarkable at all, but it does help with, it makes the ultimate loopable. Basically, if you can get enough energy regen on the team, you can loop her ultimate and have cannon shots raining down forever. This does also require you to land your gunshot with max overcharge with every single piece of shrapnel hitting the enemy to keep the energy up, but it can be done. It's not likely, but it can be done. It gives her 3 energy every time she shoots her Gunbrella, and it reduces the cooldown of her of her ultimate by 1 second every time she shoots her Gunbrella. Down to 12 seconds, I think. 15 seconds normally, so you can potentially shave off 3 seconds on the cooldown between the two because it caps out at 3. So just a little quality of life thing to make her ultimate loopable and make the energy recharge a bit more generous, so you don't need to hit it as hard with the gear. Not that Navia is particularly bad with energy problems, but just nice to have. The real one I was going for was this one. C2. Uh, it's basically because you're never gonna fire crystal shot unless you're just opening a fight without any bullets, and you just want to infuse your weapon, which I do sometimes, but it's not the most, not when I'm getting the damage from her. You're gonna need 3 or more bullets. Well, if you've got 3 or more bullets, um, with her C2, you just get 36% crit rate on the shot. So that's huge. Uh, and in addition, it fires a single blast from her ultimate whenever you do it. That's desynced from her usual ultimate, and that counts as ultimate damage. So she gets 1 cannonball from her ultimate added to her gunshots, and it jacks the crit rate on her skill by 36%. This heavily alleviates the crit rate problem because Navia, what's your crit rate right now? After attempting to fix it, she is at a whopping, actually 60%, which ain't bad. But she's 6130. But that's with an attack percent hat too. If I actually get you a hat, Navia, we may be cooking.
My on-field Geo driver is unfortunately unsalvageable because she is dealing with 1.04 star stats. So I can't get her crit rate above 53%.
Yeah. So if we can just replace, where is it? This thing with a hat that actually, works. We did get a crit damage hat during the week. We got a couple of them, but man, they got flat stats all over the place.
I have got crit rate hat on that. She only manages to get to 53%.
Yeah. If I can get
early character design.jpg.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, the current hat my Navi is using is it's not perfect rolls on it, but it's a attack percent hat that has crit rate and crit damage on it. And I just got to get her a crit damage hat that has the right stats on it with some crit rate on it to make up the difference. We can do that. We can probably get Navia cooking again. Goodness gracious. Oh, that's Chiori's goblet. Okay, Chiori's the one with a really bad goblet. You're using an offset goblet.
I just got a good Geo goblet. Unfortunately, I don't have anybody who can equip it right now because I'm currently set bonus locked.
Yep.
Due to not being able to get any decent timepieces, damn it.
Yeah, so
But lots of triple and quadruple flat stat timepieces.
So yeah, I need to take some gear to the mulch machine to see if I can fish out some more stuff for Navia, but the getting those 2 constellations should let me keep her active for longer, assuming this domain eventually one day gives me what it needs. I've got a flower, or I got a feather rather. It hit energy recharge way too hard and totally missed crit damage, but it was a no miss feather. All the stats were what she wanted.
Yeah, I'm sort of beginning the Skirk pre-farm process, although I don't really know what she requires. I've heard that she doesn't use a standard energy system, much like Mavwika doesn't, but she's got some other kind of novel system instead.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, that doesn't make it any easier to get parts. Oh my goodness, all these are so awful. There's like 1 or 2 that aren't too bad, but most of them are quite atrocious.
Yeah. So, my Navia has been salvaged and will hopefully be able to stick around a bit longer, just because I like busting her out and playing with her. And she had really fallen behind in efficiency compared to even just like Mualani. Could just blow her damage out of the water because Navia requires so much setup with the bullets and needing to properly align the shot and carefully place it and keep the ultimate rolling and have a bullet generator. Like it's just versus
Less reliable than Sharky.jpg.
now. There is the fact Mualani does have the Sharky factor in that Sharky can miss. And if Sharky misses, you get no damage. So instead of doing a big kink hit bigger than Navia, she just whiffs and goes off into the stratosphere somewhere and is now a million miles away from the enemy And not only does she lose the damage of her current bite, but the timer keeps ticking down on Sharky, and you got to spend time running back to the enemy to try and bite again. So those problems aside, she was still blowing Navia out of the water with damage, no pun intended. And Mobweek is a no-brainer. Even if I didn't have C1, Mobweek would still blow her out of the water with damage. And
Just Archon things.
yeah, just Archon things. Nothing really to be done there. And she, like, my Chaska has had not a whole lot of work put into her gear as much as the other characters. Well, it uses the freaking Obsidian set. I could cram gear onto her if I wanted. It's I have not built a team properly for her, and she really needs her sub DPS to be with her to maximize her team's output. So I have not done very much with her. So she's about at parity or slightly lower than Navia right now, but Navia is just feeling the burden of being a patch cycle behind at this point. Not much of a burden yet. Still perfectly playable at C0, but C2 buys her time. I think it should get her enough to get her into the next patch if I can pump more crit damage onto her because of the made up for crit rate on her shot. So that's what I was hoping with this, and I just like Navia. So I'll C2'd his waifu. So I figure I can C2 mine. Now that's really all I got going for the Genshin cast. You've seen me busting out some of the characters I've been working on in the background. Bayonetta's done now. Well, not done, not even close. Her gear needs help. Her talents need help. Like she's not anywhere close to done, but she's made progress. Farina is way behind, but at least she's level 90 now. She does not have a gear set. I don't even think her weapon's leveled up. I think Farina just needs serious help. But I've had too many characters I've been working on to focus on it. I actually prioritized Eon-san because I was building up Verisa at the time as well. Verisa got priority billing last banner cycle for the characters I was building up, and then Eon-san after her, and then Shimkin, and then Farina. And Farina I had actually pulled the banner cycle beforehand, but had just put her on the back burner because I wasn't playing Genshin very. So lots of characters that have been getting worked on. Having fun with the Verisa Eon-san team. They're a lot of fun. They go fast. The only problem with it is Verisa has a built-in Sharky problem. When you tap the skill to do a quick burst of speed that'll give you the buff that'll let you do an instant plunging attack. Sometimes Verisa doesn't know which enemy you want her to charge at, and if there's something targetable nearby, she will decide that is very interesting and go charge at the wall or something. And if your plunging attack you do off the free plunging attack doesn't hit the enemy or do any damage, it doesn't give you a stack towards getting her cheap ultimate use. So Verisa can miss. Not as hard as Sharky can. If Sharky misses, you're just screwed for that whole rotation. But you'll be a whole skill use down with Verisa if she whiffs by charging off into La La Land.
I had an extremely rough run against the new weekly boss because there's a situation where the two bosses that you fight in the second phase are standing quite close to each other, and you need to stack cryo damage on one of them. But every time I fired, it kept hitting the other boss, which is much fatter, and I ended up losing a character to an instant kill attack because I couldn't stack cryo fast enough because most of my shots were magnetically sticking to the wrong target.
Yeah. Genshin really... On controller, we have a left trigger that is not used for almost anything in this game. They really could stick a manual lock on there. I don't know the logistics of coding one in based on their spaghetti code for this game, but it really would help a ton in this game if we could just have a press and hold style lock-on system. By just hold left trigger, you can lock onto something. I get that it's a phone game and that, that might be kind of hard to create for the phone players and would make a discrepancy between PC and phone players and all that, but it just would be such a nice feature to stop so much jank with a bunch of characters. Just if you're on PC, it would give you more options to be able to pull that kind of junk off. So but it's not there. So Sharky's going off into the stratosphere, although Sharky would do it even if he had a lock-on button. That dumb shark is not particularly intelligent. But if I could like orient Varisa to guarantee where she's going to charge, she would at least go in the right direction, and the plunging attack would probably be close enough to splash. But part of the reason I like playing Navia is because when you do go into the aiming mode, you're in aiming mode, so you can line up where you want the shot to go. It's more work, but it guarantees you're not going to have anything go wrong that isn't your fault with the shot. The worst you can have is a character that has a janky model to hitbox ratio where some of your shrapnel misses even though it clearly went inside their body. So yeah, that's Genshin, uh, and that's all the Hoyo stuff. All right, we'll do the last bit of non-Clair Obscur stuff before we jump into that because the Clair Obscur talk is going to go on for a bit, and it's what people are talking about right now, so we'll stretch it. Played a bit of DJ Max this week. Spent one evening during the week and right before the show playing it a bit. Just mostly because the new Blue Archive pack came out. Comes with a gear skin and note skin and like I think 12 blue songs from Blue Archive. And it comes with the main menu theme with English translations done by in-house translators at NeoWiz. So the translation of the menu stories is a little odd and doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but you get to see like Clear and Fail dressed up with the maids as bunnies, and you get to see them riding on a tank that Problem Solver 68 has stolen uh from Hina and the Prefects. And a whole bunch.
I don't believe you. Like, there's no way they could successfully pull off a heist.
Oh, they don't. They have the entire Prefect squad coming after them right as soon as they get out the gate and about to pop them. So that does not go well. You got one with Lena sitting at a diner with the Makeup Work Club, who Hanako has convinced to sit in the club in a school swimsuit, because of course she has. And Lena is dumb enough that she just goes with it. And Koharu is very embarrassed by this. Little stuff like that in the menu. It's fun. The songs are interesting. They're all the standard ones you would think. The Problem Solver 68 theme, Usagi Flap, the main menu theme. You know, all ones you've heard before. The Gregorius theme's in there. And it's just fun. The little gear changes that you pick. Gear is your note track, where the little thing that holds your notes while a song plays that sits over the music video. It's got little pictures of the Blue Archive characters on it that sit on either side, and Arona at the bottom cheering you on while you play. And it's shaped like the Shale tablet. And the pictures change based on what Blue Archive song you're playing. And if you're not playing a Blue Archive song, they just randomize. And there's like 20 different variants of pictures that are just CGs from the game that pop up on the side of it. I actually like this gear a lot. It's very unobtrusive. Arona being totally segregated from the track and isolated the little art at the bottom of the gear, like where stuff goes, makes it so nothing gets in the way of watching the note track. So it's replaced the second summer theme track is the one I've been using and will probably keep using just because it's so unobtrusive. But
It's too expensive though.
Yeah, it is a wait for sale game. Do not buy DJ Max unless it's on sale.
It's
And
like buying Crusader Kings or Europa Universalis or Hearts of Iron. Like, nobody can afford to buy those unless they're on sale.
yeah, and I'm not even talking about the seasonal sale. They have special sales whenever a new proper expansion pack comes out. They call these V extensions because this is the 5th DJ Max game, so it's V. So V extension 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 have been released. V extension 6, I don't know when it's coming out. I think 5 was just released about 4 or 5 months ago. So whenever they release a new one, though, they discount the game heavily, and they will make all the song packs previously like at least 70% off that are not like released within the last 3 months. So that's the time to scoop it. But you just got to kind of have somebody tell you when it's on sale if you're interested, because it's not going to advertise anywhere. TJ Maxx is a niche Korean rhythm game for hardcore Korean rhythm game fans, although they do cater to casual players quite a bit. There's a ton
There's
of
no
different
point in
play
doing
modes.
IP tie-ins unless you're going to cater to casuals.
Yeah,
Like that's the whole point of IP tie-ins.
yeah, they have a ton of casual content and play modes in the game. Um, they have the main game mode that I've just started learning. I was playing casual mode before now. Is so for like the last 80 hours I put into the game, I played 4 button, but I've been trying to learn 6 button, and it's been going steadily, better than I thought it would. But it is quite the jump up in difficulty from 4 and 6. But it's perfectly fine. The when somebody picks a song in multiplayer, you pick your own difficulty and button layout that you want. So you can do 4 button on easy if you want, and even if they're doing like 8 button maximums SC difficulty that can only be done with keyboard, you can pick just regular ass 4 button and be fine. It's totally isolated. Scoring is kept track of just by the percentage of notes you hit and how accurate you were with those hits. So it's a very casual friendly rhythm game, but especially in terms of multiplayer. But uh, but yeah, I've been having fun poking at that again on and off. Played it one evening with Ibu and played it right before the show a bit. Um, I boot it up every once in a while and go back and try stuff and may scoop a new DLC pack or two for it. It's a nice comfy rhythm game just because of how easy it is to boot it up and play. And the blue archive skin is really funny. So that's DJ Max. And Fern is here.
Indeed. Hello.
Hello.
Fresh off the streets.
Oh, yes.
So
Yeah.
so you gotta run away right away. You just sticking your head in, or you good to go for a bit?
I wouldn't say I'm going to run away. I think I'm more going to stagger off somewhere, fall over, and die.
Oh, don't do that.
So yeah, it's been a work hell, and I'm only halfway through it.
Let's
Oh
see.
my.
So yeah. But,
Right.
oh well, such is life.
Yeah. Just in case, I can tag with you because I'm done with everything except for the big thing in my week, and move my thing
Okay.
to a news segment to talk about because it's all a bunch of people in the games industry have been talking about, and we can just go to your week and then move Clair Obscur into a semi half news half week thing.
We can do that.
All right, so go Fern,
All
go. Also, we're on Gimshin.
All right. Nah, no be entrance on no Hoyos for me. My week, yeah, it's been a monster of a work week. As far as nerdery stuff goes, I've still been ticking away on ReZero. I've gotten through the halfway point of season 2 now because it is a 2 core.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that witches be crazy
Mm-hmm.
and Roswell be crazier
Mm-hmm.
because he kind of spills all the beans at about the halfway point as to what his ultimate goals are, and it's, or at least one of his ultimate goals anyway, because he's mad clown. He's got to keep all his some secrets close to the chest.
Oh, they won't stay secret for very long. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's started to go blat now, so I think he's going to continue to do so.
It does not take
Why-
much more coaxing to get him to vomit out what's going on with him.
Yeah,
Why do people ever trust clowns? They're always mad.
you never trust a clown. Never ever trust a clown, even ones that speak funny. Also, the whole business with the eternal rabbit is, damn, that's a nasty way to go.
Oh, the Mobbeast, the rabbit that infinitely spawns more of itself if it's engaged in combat.
Yeah, it's just infinite rabbits,
Yeah,
infinite carnivorous rabbits.
Yeah, that thing is terrifying.
Yeah, like the whale is just one big monster. It's like, yeah, if it gets you, you're just got.
Yeah, any of the Mobbeasts created directly by the Witch of Gluttony all have some ridiculous special quirk that makes them just downright terrifying.
Yeah, we haven't seen the serpent yet.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it in as of where the anime's at now either. So that one's still a mystery.
Yeah, whatever its deal is. But yeah, Subaru gets another kick in the ass, told to stop stuffing around and actually get to work, and he does so. Coming from a rather unexpected place as well, which was good to see.
How about your boy Garfield?
Garth, honestly, he's kind of a mixed bag at this point. It's like he's loud and he's obnoxious, so he's obviously kind of coping for something, and turns out, yeah, he is. I haven't gotten to the point beyond where Subaru's kind of torn him down and said, just basically told him, well, this is why you suck.
Yeah. Uh, the thing that stood out to me is the whole time Subaru is treating him like they're the same age, but Garfield just looks really old for his age, and the realization that Subaru has when he realizes he's been dealing with a kid,
Yeah,
and all of a sudden a bunch of the weird stuff with Garfield just makes sense to him, and it hits him
yeah,
all at once. Like, oh, I've been dealing with a effing kid.
yeah.
He just thought he was the same age.
Nope, he's just a very loud, very dumb kid
I love
who
Garfield.
happens to turn into a 20-foot tall were tiger,
Yeah, as you do.
as you do.
I love Garfield.
Uh,
He took a while to grow on me, but by the end of the season, he was one of my favorite new characters.
yeah. So yeah, you learn that the same moment as Subaru does, and this guy's like, oh, okay.
They do a really good job of having Subaru ruminate over why Garfield acts so oddly throughout the whole season, and why he just doesn't get it. Like, this isn't rational. Oh, he's a kid.
He's a
Oh,
kid. Now it makes sense.
that was just a really good hit.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got had Puck wander off on his own. I don't know what the hell's going on there because Puck's being all mysterious about it. So yeah, it's a good time. Still enjoying it. As for something on the light side, I also went and watched the Isekai Quartet movie as well because that's, I mean, for a comedy show, that movie is still fairly heavy. But watching Ainz's emotion suppression kick in just out of pure cringe will never not be funny.
I did enjoy that movie. I didn't understand I didn't understand anything ReZero related that took place in it, but I still
Yeah,
enjoyed it.
like the movie is basically a mashup of the four universes plus Naofumi's there as well, but nothing really from Shield Hero is in there. But the biggest contributor to that is Alec, and he is the ReZero element. So he's also the only serious well, not the only serious character, but he's the mostly serious character. It's very obvious where the Konosuba character is. So yeah, it's a good time. I still feel like Overlord actually kind of gets the short end of the stick on that because Overlord's representation is the golems, and like they're just kind of part of the set, really. So yeah, that's been that. Gaming wise, yeah, just still pottering around some of my old standbys, but I also dusted off Like a Dragon as well because I needed to go back and just play something light and dumb. That is also at the same time, really gritty.
Okay.
So that's kind of what Yakuza does very well. It's like serious and gritty, and then it does something incredibly stupid, and then it's back to gritty again, and then it's stupid again. Or it's both at the same time. It's great. I'd honestly forgotten. I hadn't gotten as far into the game as I thought the first time around, so I've gotten further now. I'd forgotten how much of a goober, well, basically everyone in that game is really. But particularly Ichiban, he is just a complete dork.
Yeah, I was gonna say everybody in Yakuza is a dork.
Yes.
It's kind of the selling point of the franchise.
Yes. But by most of them running around, they're being complete dorks, but they're doing it with a cold stone seriousness. Ichiban just enjoys himself. So it is a good time. I want to finish it. I'm not necessarily going to 100% it because I do want to dip into the later Yakuza games. Infinite Wealth, you kind of need. Well, I suppose you could probably get away without it, but you really should do Like a Dragon before you do Infinite Wealth.
Yeah, you
That
probably
is a-
should honestly do a. Now that 1 and 2 have been remade, and 3 through 5 have had a proper re-release as a package,
plus
probably
Zero.
yeah, it's probably a good idea to plink your way through the older titles slowly. That's what I've been
There's a
doing over the
lot of
last.
game though.
Yeah, I've been doing it over the last 2 years. Just occasionally, I'll grab one of them and just play through it and not go for 100%.
Do they all hold up, or are some of the older ones showing their rough edges?
Three is a major slog.
Yeah.
Three is really rough to get through, and I did not find the combat in 3 very fun at all. And 5 has some not mini games, but like, well, yeah, I guess you call them that were integrated to be full-fledged like micro games and take just their tutorials because they're permanently active for the characters. Take forever, and will slow the pace right down to a crawl. And the revelations in 5 are mocked to this day.
That's reassuring, I suppose.
That is where rubber bullets comes from. As a
Yes.
Yakuza meme.
Yeah. So yeah, Like a Dragon is kind of a soft reboot because it's like the parallel story.
Well, yeah, it's a full sequel set up after the Kazuma-Kiryu years.
Yeah. Kazuma's still around, but I don't think he actually makes an appearance at all in Like a Dragon.
I'm fairly certain he does because he had a voice actor before Young Yeah from Like a Dragon that was actually
Oh,
good.
that's right. I forgot about the Young Yeah thing.
Yeah,
So
I do
that was
I do not
that's Man with No Name, if I recall.
No. It's yeah, Young Yaz and Man with No Name. That's when he
Yeah.
formally took over. Yeah, I don't listen to these games in Japanese or in English rather. I listen to them in Japanese because I stick with the language I started a series in. Yakuza was only in Japanese forever.
Yep.
So I went and looked up the scenes with the old English voice actor when the Young Ya thing was still fresh. Holy crap, the English voice actor for Kiryu they had before Young Ya actually was really good.
Is there a good reason that they didn't continue with him as opposed to?
I have heard that it's because he was white.
I see.
And they were on that the actor must be the race of the character quick kick that they were doing for a bit.
Well, it's not that they ever stopped.
Well, they didn't.
It's just
Yeah,
that
it still pops up.
now it's been no, it's not that it pops up either. It's now been instantiated as standard practice across a large section of the industry, which
Yeah.
is hilarious because heaps of voice actors are now bitching and moaning that they can't get work because their pool of potential jobs has shrunk to a minuscule slice of what it used to be. Didn't think that one through, did you?
Yeah, can we find a tiny enough violin?
There is no violin tiny enough for the Western voice acting industry.
No, there is not.
But the reason I pointed out as a significant thing in this case is because they had an actor for Kiryu. They fired him to get an Asian who was Young Ya, and will never.
All Asians are the same, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, if they wanted to have someone with a genuine Japanese accent, that's one thing, but isn't Young Yeah, like, Korean or something?
I don't, yeah. But given the tone they were going for, I don't think a genuine Japanese accent worked because everyone else had a standard English accent in the cast.
Yeah.
They might have been.
You'd have to do that with the whole cast.
Might have been a little bit of an eclectic mix, but they were fine. And just flushing the old Kiryu voice actor because he's too white was one of the neon flags of that era really taken off. And Young Ya being the poster child for diversity hire just makes it even more groan-worthy to me.
Sega has been huffing their own farts for a while now, and yeah.
I'm not sure who was in charge of the casting and direction for the English version, but I don't play those games in English to begin with. The only reason I follow it is because Young Ya became a meme with how bad he was.
Yeah. Like the voice acting in Like a Dragon is actually pretty good. But I think that was the last, well, probably the first. No, like Zero was in English as well, and that was also good. So yeah,
No,
everything after Like a Dragon,
Zero wasn't in English.
wasn't it? I thought it was.
No,
Eh,
there was no
it's
English
been
for
a
Zero.
while.
There was no English dub for Zero. It was Japanese only.
All right.
I remember
So
because
yeah,
it's the reason I listened to those games in Japanese is because while I had poked the Yakuza games beforehand, I had not sit down and really chewed into one until Zero.
yep. So it's just Like a Dragon that you can play in English.
Yeah, so just that anything Like a Dragon and onwards has a dub for some godforsaken reason. While the dub characters in Like a Dragon were fine from what I heard, I feel like in those games you in particular lose a lot of the speed of the Japanese comedy because it relies very heavily on that style of Japanese comedy in the Yakuza games that is very, very Japanese, where it moves. Think of the Hololive skits, where it moves very fast. And anytime they bring in any of the characters that speak other languages to speak their native languages during those skits, it just kind of doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's a lot
It's
of
okay
that.
with the Indonesians, but not so much with the English.
Yeah, it's a lot of that going on with several of the comedy bits that just don't hit quite the same as when you hear it in the original language, because the language itself and the script itself is geared for a speed faster than English can yap out.
Yeah.
Well, there's not like it's not like Manzai exists in English at all.
Yeah,
That is not a mode
Yeah.
of comedy that we have.
yeah, I was brain farting on the name, but it is just it's not something that English speakers are trained to do or have any context for, so they're adapting to something totally foreign with a language that ain't really structured for it.
Yeah, I remember before people became more familiar with it, it had a reputation for being just like bluntly unfunny in the West because people didn't understand what the joke was because the joke is the timing.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, Escoffier. Ow, girlfriend.
What?
Your upper apron has no straps. Do you have glue?
It's magic. Don't ask. There's a
Don't
lot
ask.
about her outfit. There's a lot about her outfit that doesn't make any sense, and for some reason, her underwear is like way racier than everything else in Hoyo games.
Holy crap, that's sparkly with heart garters. What the heck, girlfriend?
They were going for a very specific audience for that.
Holy crap, that
Very
hook.
thirsty audience.
Normally, they censor the crap out of that stuff, though.
No, I can
Yeah.
I can look right up her skirt and see the heart-shaped garters and the sparkly underpants.
Very thirsty
Like,
audience.
There's like, and there's definitely been some kind of internal policy change.
Like if I don't Navia, what do you have? I don't normally look here. Hang on. Yeah, you
Hang
have
on,
safe.
this is not what our stream should be.
Navia
Why
has
are you looking up skirts? Stop it.
Navia has safety shorts. It's fine.
Yeah,
Escoffier. Nah.
Does not have safety shorts or safety anything really.
Kind of the opposite of safety.
Navia does not have any straps on her chest, but her chest also, her top pulls up higher on it, and it's held by a corset. It's not going anywhere. Escoffier has a loose apron that just kind of is glued to her boobs.
Magic.
Double-sided tape. It's a
I mean,
trend.
they actually do that, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, you go to a nightclub and half the girls are walking around with the double-sided tape. So yeah, where was I now? Yeah, Yakuza. So yeah, I want to do Like a Dragon because I can go on and do Infinite Wealth. But on the other hand, there is also Pirate Yakuza just kind of sitting there
Yeah.
waiting.
I think that one comes after Man with No Name, and I've heard that it, while you don't need to play Man with No Name, it will spoil a lot of stuff from that game.
Yeah. It's it just looks like the single most ridiculous thing that Yakuza has ever done, and I really want to get to it and play it.
Yeah. Well, it's a Majima game, and he has not had a solo game where it's just Majima. He usually has playing with another protagonist as one of the selectable characters, but this is his first one where he is the protagonist.
Yes. So yeah, he's other biggest billing is probably Zero.
Yeah, that's one where he only shared the spotlight with Kiryu and had an entire half of the story to himself.
Majima Origins. So yeah, that's been my week. Yakuza's games are always a good time. That's it. Honestly, I don't have anything else because it's just been.
All right. One thing I need to do that I did not do before we started the show. Okay, we don't have an email. All right. So how long have we been going? Yeah, it's time for a break. So we'll go to a break, and when we come back, I will dive into Clair Obscur talk as I've now finished the game. Spoiler free, obviously, because this game relies heavily on not being spoiled to have any kind of impact with a lot of the story moments. There are twists all over the place. So I'll give you my full final thoughts on that game, coming right off of 100%ing it, and talk a good bit about the end game, as far as gameplay goes. Anyway, don't think I'll mention any story stuff at all for the end game, even though it's disconnected, just to give you something to go for if you decide you like the game. But we'll get into that after the break. So here is the break screen. If I can pull it up. There we go. And we will be right back. And we're back. So, we've covered the weeks aside from my Clair Obscur talk, and I think that's all we got left for those. And we're kind of doing this is a pseudo news segment because Clair Obscur has done insanely well for being a game made by 33 people.
Well, if you want to do well, you need only make a really good game.
Yeah,
Like there's so much of the audience takes its cues from just the people that they follow online and what they're playing, that you generally don't have to worry about getting slept on if you're actually any good. Not anymore.
yeah. You will if you are able to get good enough that people can latch onto your product. Word of mouth will go a lot further for you than it used to. Much easier, I think. And
Yeah, these days you can chain your way up from like a few people you know to like small time streamers to bigger time streamers to the biggest streamers. Like you will snowball if your game is good enough.
yeah, basically all you need to do is get a few people on social media talking about your game, or get one of the mid-sized streamers to pick it up on a whim, and word of mouth will take care of itself from there if it's any good. Um, and I don't know what my initial impressions of Clair Obscur were when its reveal trailer initially came out, because I'm sure I watched the show it was a part of, but it might have just
Oh
turned.
yeah, I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it, but they presented it largely as like in terms of the story concept, and it was quite a short presentation. It was at the Jeff Keighley show, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So I thought I probably was on the we'll wait and see, but I wasn't too hopeful for it, and I didn't know who Sandfall was, but I do like that they added the dog to their list of staff so they could have 33 exactly 33 employees of Sandfall that worked on the game.
Yeah, I see what we did there. Also, he's a very good boy.
Apparently, he is the director of happiness according to the credits.
He is the goodest boy.
So the company dog was on there just so they could keep the 33 theme going, which they love throughout the game as well. Like, there are achievements for hitting levels 33, 66, and 99. The maximum level you can level up a weapon to is 33. The highest level a Picto can be is 33. Like, the max experience needed if you could level up from 99 to 100 would be 33,333,333.
Jeez.
They do love their through line with their numbering.
Well, things like that are actually a really good design technique because it gives you a constraint to build around.
Yeah. So, Fern, you were not here for my discussion of the game generally while I was still going through it last week when I was at the end of Act 2.
No, I was
Have you kept up with any of the people talking about this game or seen any of the discussion going on around it in your perusals of the internet?
not really. It keeps bombarding me through YouTube. Like every time I look at shorts and then scroll down one, it's going to be one about Clair Obscura. Basically, I've decided I want to play this game, so I've been avoiding spoilers as much as possible.
And you should.
So you're like me, you want to play this game, except there's no time in the day, ever.
Yes, and the internet has other ideas about the spoilers.
Yeah. I had to turn off the usual internet feeds to avoid spoilers while I was still going through the main story. You will get whacked.
I haven't had to worry about this, and the reason is that I'm Catholic, so my entire field has just been conclave, conclave, conclave.
Yes.
Yeah. So the game is out now. I have finished it. I have 100%ed it. Done everything for the main story and completed all the post game content. And there is a lot of post game content in this game.
Is it post game content? Like, because there's three types of post game content, right? There's post game content where you do New Game Plus. There's post game content where you continue after the story is completed, and there's post game content where you go back to your last save before the final boss, and then you do stuff.
So there is post game content. It is technically the third one of those options, but the game does not. Okay. When you beat Act 2, you will be prompted to go to an area that is very clearly leads to the final dungeon on the map. It'll have a big glowy marker. But your boy, it's time for swim, will get the ability to flashing through the sky. And
Oh,
this means you can now fly.
So he
So
becomes the dumbest airship in the world, as opposed to the dumbest mount in the world.
yes, he is a wonderfully retarded airship. And
hooray.
I love SKA, but yeah, he is dumb. You actually get context for why he's dumb in one of the endings.
You get the bottom of me.
I ain't spoiling crap on
No.
that.
Yeah,
But
okay.
it's the this means you can just go fly around and check out all these optional places, and there's plenty of them you can go into because this game, if something is like 20 levels above you, it'll put a big danger sticker on an area that says you probably shouldn't come here yet. But if it doesn't have that, even if it does, there's nothing. The game's not going to stop you from going in there and punching way outside of your weight class if you want. It'll do this for the whole game. There are mini bosses that are just jacked versions of normal enemies that are way above the level of the actual dungeon you're in. Part of the dungeon's final boss called chroma bosses, or they'll have chroma as a prefix or chromatic, one of the two, and they are just like 20 or 30 levels higher than everything else in the dungeon. There's nothing stopping you from getting good and learning to parry every single attack they can do and beating your head into them until you beat them. And the same holds true for the post game. It's not stopping you from going anywhere and fighting stuff outside of your weight class, but you punch out of your weight class a few too many times in a row, and you'll find yourself with an awkward problem. If you did not go immediately to the final area and start making your way to and through the final dungeon, you are going to radically outscale that content to a point where you will one-shot the last boss with an auto attack. So, when you get to endgame, do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not go to camp and do any kind of relationship quests with your followers. Do not go to any optional dungeons, and do not go exploring the greater map now that you can fly. Get on your time for swim and swim your butt down to the final dungeon and do it immediately. Because as soon as you beat the final boss, you will be right outside the boss door at the save flag and can leave the dungeon through the flag and then go do the post-game content. Because all of it assumes it is scaled for after the final dungeon. And the final dungeon will be made trivial if you do it later. And all the challenges of the final boss and the dungeon leading up to it that are supposed to be pretty difficult will just be gone. I managed to alleviate this somewhat by using the respec material on every single character to reset their stats to 0 and then use the refunded points to level them up to what it would be about at level 50. And unequip the damage cap breaking Lumina from every single character. Reduce their equipment down to level 16 or below. Use a terrible weapon on everybody that was off spec for everything I was going for. And make judgment calls on the passive skills I could equip and leave at least 50 points left over for every single character. This still wasn't enough. I still felt too powerful.
Jeez.
So
is where forking saves are an important thing.
yeah.
So basically, what you're saying is that the difficulty curve is designed for people who barge straight through the game without doing a single side quest just to see the main story.
You can do side quests for the main story just fine while it's still the main story. It's not going to scale you much there. It's just the post game. It's an exponential power curve as you get into it that will radically jack you past what the very end of the game can handle. So I'm telling you now, if you don't want to make the ending too easy for you, go do the final bit of Act 3 before you do any of the optional crap.
Is it just the numbers on everything later are higher, or is there like a couple of like major skills or luminas or whatever that you get that just change the paradigm of the way the numbers all work?
It's you cannot de-level weapons primarily is one of the key problems. And that once your weapons are leveled, you can swap to a weapon that is lower level and that doesn't have very good synergies, and you can try to make judgment calls based on the luminas you have, but inevitably you'll be limited on the amount of pictos you can equip, which are your equipment, that are level 16 and below. They're not total just absolute trash, because you do need some gear to stay alive and have some crit rate. So
going in naked is not an option.
So it just becomes a very muddy case of, well, is this enough? Is this going to invalidate it too much? Is this going to leave me, hanging out to dry? If I do or don't take this
Well,
one,
I'm more interested in what the intended use case of the designers was. Like,
uh,
what are they envisioning?
they are envisioning that it seems the gameplay route goes as follows. Through Acts 1 and 2, you can progress and do side quests as you please, as you feel you're able to do them, and it will not impact your challenge going through the game that much, aside from a small bit in Act 2 that you can overlevel yourself for a hair. If you're on the hardest difficulty, though, bosses will have enough health that you'll still have to sit down and learn the mechanics. You should be fine. In Act 3, they clearly intend for you to go to the final dungeon immediately. They just do a very bad job of telegraphing this. And open the world up right
I mean,
away.
if you dangle carrots in front of people's faces, I mean, they're gonna go and investigate those carrots.
Yeah, so it is just a missed problem with telegraphing, and is the only real fumble the game has.
Well, I mean, I suppose that depends on your definition of fumble, though, right? Like, because there's going to be a non-trivial cadre of game journalist brain people who are like, oh, I should be allowed to grind as much as I want and trivialize the game as much as I want. Thing being that wouldn't make sense if you had gotten so far without being able to do it.
Yeah. There are plenty of optional locations you can go to that are outside of your weight class early. The game will put the big warning sticker on a dungeon before you go in if it's clearly meant to be done in in-game, but you can stick your face in there and get run over if you want to. Or do them early, I suppose. But the game progress route clearly intends for you to do that final dungeon right after, especially because of the way the cutscene is set up. It clearly wants you to go do that place after Act 2 ends immediately. And it's a very big area with a big long final dungeon in it, and a whole lot of story pieces that play off of the end of Act 2 cutscenes. And they just, I don't think they should have given you, flashing through the sky until you beat the final boss. Because there's plenty of stuff you could swim to without it. Just if you could not fly, backtracking would not be as enticing immediately.
I think you mean swim.
Yeah,
Like, places that you could swim to.
yeah,
Yeah, that's like a lot of games have done that. Like Final Fantasy X did the same thing. You had the big moment of everyone saying, "Yeah, let's go get the final boss. Let's go and do Sin and all of that." And they also give you the airship at the same time. And so after that big rousing speech and everyone getting hyped up, they go and faff around dodging lightning for 3 hours.
yeah. And after you
No,
beat,
no, you spend heaps and heaps of time getting the damage to AP weapons so that you can go and get murdered by cactuars over and over.
Yeah, or something else equally stupid.
yes. So
Yeah, we're looking at you, Neo Bahamut.
so yeah, there is that. Um, but there is a lot to explore in the overworld. Lots of stuff to find, mini bosses to find in it, optional dungeons and stuff to do when you get to the end game. It's all very good in game content that is geared towards being unique content done as a post game. That it does not have zero story tied to it. There are story revelations there, but none of them are necessary for the ending of the main story. They're more just answers to questions about some things that didn't get explained in the main story, that just kind of would linger in the back of your head, or stuff that just explains the universe a bit better. Makes you have a more clear and detailed understanding of things like there's a whole lot of mysteries about the various types of monsters you encounter in the world, and there's a whole dungeon dedicated to explaining that at the very end.
I'm sort of vaguely cognizant that Final Fantasy 15 Boy Band Road Trip had an end game, but by the time I got to it, I was so over the game that I didn't even participate.
I
Yeah, it
barely
was long.
I barely remember that game.
Yeah, it left really no impact, no lasting impression.
Yeah, like I remember the Near soundtrack and buying the CD early at one of the beaches, and a whole lot of driving around
So
listening to the Near soundtrack. So yeah, I had left off at last week, just before the end of Act 2. Uh, got through Act 2, ran to a boss, the second to last boss of that act, pounded me into the ground for quite a while because I just could not get the timing on a couple of his moves. And I got to hear his song a lot, and his song goes stupidly hard.
Yeah, but you said that about every single song so far
Yeah.
that you've talked about.
Every song in that track that's a boss track is very big. It's a big track. They apparently found the composer for this game just on SoundCloud and just were like, "Hey, you want a job?"
Well, man, there's talent out there.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, just know where to look for it.
yeah. They pulled the writer from. Actually, I think she was from Wildbow's circle, the guy that writes Worm, the circle of authors that moves there.
Yeah,
That
that
circle involves a lot of cancer.
It does.
It does these days, yeah.
But yeah, they dug them up out of the bowels of the internet from the independent writing community, and they managed to do pretty good. But yeah, the music tracks have gotten stuck in my head because I hear them so much, starting boss fights over when things start to go south, and man, they're very memorable. Especially one of them that is all variations of that one I posted, because if that theme pops up or a variation of it pops up, it is a boss that's going to kick your nuts in. So I enjoyed my time going through the game. I found it adequately challenging, aside from accidentally overscaling the end game, because I did not think about this until I was like level 70, and attempted to fix it and got relatively close in fixing it, but I still felt too powerful. But yeah, the rest of it was just a ton of fun, and the proper end game does encourage you to take your build as far as you can south of one-shotting stuff, because until this last patch, there was a very easy way to accidentally one-shot stuff, and it's one a ton of players would stumble into by accident. The best generalist weapon for one of your characters had an odd little specialist passive on it that you usually would just ignore and treat it as a nice bonus. And this was, you did 200% more damage with any attack that inflicted the burn status effect. So its base damage just got up, so that you could stack burn and do damage at the same time. She's not the dedicated burn stacking character by default, so this was just thought of as a nice bonus. Well, on an otherwise very good generalist weapon, that all of its other skills and stats were geared towards just general normal use. It was bugged pretty bad,
Uh-oh.
in that it made her do 200% more damage with all skills while in Virtuoso stance, which is your big stance that you try to get her into before you do any big damage. So she was just doing 200% more damage than she was supposed to.
That's a lot of damage.
Yes. So this got patched right before I tackled the endgame super bosses, and I noticed it right away because I was using this weapon. Now, I was not using the busted move because I pushed that button once after unlocking it and said that nope, that one's banned. Because it literally one-shot a super boss. And I was like, we ain't doing that. And I Alt F4 before the game could save and rebooted it again. So there are two overworld super bosses that you'll see wandering around the world normally, even before you get to Act 3. One of them is just walking around the water. Do not go try and fight this thing at like the start of Act 2 when you finally get time for swim, because he is way scaled for early to mid Act 3, and he is going to absolutely crush your teeth in. And it does not matter if you can parry everything he does; you're going to be there for 2 hours plinking away at his health bar. There is another one out flying around the sky. He's a very obvious snake-like thing up there that should tell you you're going to get to fly eventually, because there's a big flying thing up there that we could very clearly fight if we could touch it, but it's in the sky. And it's just kind of floating over on the eastern side of the map.
Are they called weapons, perchance?
No.
They're sounding an awful lot like weapons.
I will tell you their names because they don't have jack crap to do with the game. If I can pull up the Chivo list and find them. They are Serpenphare is the flying guy, and the one in
I
the
don't know what you just spelled out.
I don't either. It's like Serperfunny or something. I don't know. Ask the baguette. And the other one's name is Sprong,
Wrong.
Wrong.
the one in the water.
Wrong.
So that is where that is. So those are your two overworld big super bosses that exist outside of dungeons. There are several optional just dungeons. One of them you'll get alluded to existing, and the people in town will tell you in no uncertain terms you're not strong enough to go there. This will be a side quest for later. They might as well say that explicitly.
Yeah.
And,
Normally, if a character in a town saying, "Oh, you're not strong enough to go and do that's a perfect opportunity to go and touch it."
yeah, you're gonna get your teeth pushed in. And this was the
Yeah.
quest I did coming into Act 3 that broke me, although any of these dungeons can do that. There are like 3 side dungeons that are all scaled and have their own self-contained stories outside of that one. And then there's the Flying Manor that's not marked on the map. That is a mansion in the sky that you will find just by flying around, but it won't be marked on your map, so you got to remember where it is. It's somewhere on the western side, I think. And this one is is the second hardest of the dungeons. Has you refighting a bunch of bosses you fought before, and several of the ones that you might have wanted to collect like the skills of for your blue mage character or wanted drops from are there just as normal enemies. They're still hard and they're scaled up way stronger than they were when you first fought them, but they exist there to go get them. And
Nice.
is probably the most story relevant with its climax, so I'm not going to spoil the boss at all, other than one mechanic it has. And this is a foreshadowing of the actual hardest super boss in the game. If it has a lot of different attack strings that it adds more and more to as its health gets lower and lower, and more options in a pool it can pull from. And if any hit in the attack string is not parried, as in you have to parry the whole string and get the counterattack, if this does not happen, the boss will heal for at least 12 to 15% of its HP.
Well, that's just impolite.
No, it is not very polite. So you're going to be there going in and bashing your face into this one for a while because you have to memorize the full parry timing for it. That's the second hardest super boss in the game. The boss in the battle tower actually isn't that hard because it's just a jacked up redux for the final fight of bosses you fought before. The actual hardest fight in the game took me 9 hours and 2 days of play and 3 pages of notes. I posted those notes in the live show chat. Let's see here. I'm going to put it out the gate that most people are going to hate this boss. This is a boss designed for masochists. People who live by the mantra of get good or die trying. And oh boy, will you die trying a lot. Because there is no middle ground with this boss. There is no easy way to learn
so long
him.
as it can be overcome by getting good. Some people get mad about bosses that require you to be better than they are, but most people who are gamers don't get mad at that type of boss. They get mad at bosses who can just like randomly roll, okay, you lose now, after you've been fighting it for an hour.
Yeah.
A get good boss is at its best when it feels fair, hard but fair.
Yeah, so here's the thing with this boss. There are a lot of tricks in the game you can do that'll sacrifice damage for longevity, and I would take this opportunity a few times on some bosses, knowing that I'm not going to get to kill that attempt, but use it to see more of the fight and practice the parry timing on the base moveset. Apparently, there's a way that this could be exploited, because this boss is the only one that has a list of special rules that they do not tell you until you get into the fight, and you just see him start doing stuff as bonus actions outside of the turn order. They're like, oh, so we can't do that.
So this boss is Elizabeth.
Not quite to the same degree because of the parry system. He's not a puzzle. He's just you. There are things that are no-goes because of because they can be exploited. They want you to sit down and learn and parry this guy perfectly and learn the boss inside and out. That is the goal with this boss. If you cannot do it with this boss, you're not going to kill him. And this is a big reason why they put out the patch fixing the bug with that weapon and nerfing the one-shot skill, which was apparently changed the last minute before release because it was very underwhelming. The move's called Stendhal, and its multiplier was just way too effing high. That allowed people to hit, hundreds of millions of damage, and this boss has like 60 million between all of his phases in 2 health bars. So people were just deleting the boss, and that's how they got their kill. You will notice my kill date is yesterday, after the patch, long after the patch had dropped. So I didn't use this strat because it was nerfed. But there are a not insignificant amount of people that had to use the strat to beat him because he is just really, really hard. The biggest one that's going to make your attempts more rough than other bosses is the most common way to build longevity to try a boss a lot, because on expert difficulty, most bosses' attacks will 1 or 2 shot you if you don't dodge or parry them. Like that's just all she wrote. So the easiest way to ensure you have enough hits to learn is to build skills that give you innate shields that nullify 1 hit of damage for the long multi-hit combos, so you can practice the parry timing. His name is not a spoiler, and I don't think it's referenced at all outside the boss fight. His name's Simon. Simon doesn't do
That's
this.
underwhelming.
Yeah. When you find out who Simon is, actually, it's a bit more.
It's like how the ultimate enemy of the entirety of Arc 1 of Honkai Impact is literally just a guy called Kevin.
Yeah.
It's that level of, well, okay then, I guess.
Yeah, so Simon is not going to let you use any shields. You've got to do him raw, which means he hits you, that party member's dead. You've got to learn the parry timing through the raw hard way, and if things get too out of whack, you just need to reset. You can't artificially extend your life. There will be many deaths involved in learning the parry timings on his stuff, and he has some of the tightest parry windows of any boss in the game. So that's the sticker number 1. In that you cannot artificially extend your longevity to practice the parry timings. Number 2, he does that and not only does he not let you use shields, if you have shields on you and his turn starts before he attacks, he will steal them and take them for himself. Those are his shields now.
That's not allowed. That's cheating.
Yes, and he does a whole lot of cheating.
That's cheat.
So his next bit of cheating is when his turn rolls around, if a character is dead and you fail to fully parry his combo, parry, not dodge, and land the counterattack afterwards, he will expunge all dead characters from the battlefield. This means they can't be rezzed. They're gone. So you cannot do death bombs. So death bomb strats are out, which are a way something you can do that's fairly obvious from a lot of early Pictos, and something people latch onto apparently is they will set up a bunch of Luminas on a character that will give them buffs when they're alone and all their party members are dead, and they will put the Lumina on them that makes them all their party members die as soon as the fight starts and explode for big damage. That will not work with Simon. Because usually that is followed up with, if whatever your opening combo with the jacked character doesn't kill the boss, you start chain resin people. That will not work here, because Simon will expunge them from the battlefield, and they're gone. There is nothing to res. So that did not work. And his last special rule is if you do not fully parry the combo, if any of your characters are not at 1 HP, he will pick a random one and set it to 1 HP, and this counts as an instance of taking damage. So, and this is also a bonus action, but it's at the end of his turn, so if he gets parried, he won't do it. But you have to parry the entire attack string to get the counterattack that stops it. But all other conditions, special rules not being triggered, he will pick a character and and set them to 1 HP. So there is nothing that you can do for that character if they take even a little bit of damage on his next turn. And he will go, basically, he will get a turn and you will get a turn. And then he will get a turn and you will get a turn. It's very rare that he does an attack that gives him enough delay that lets you take 2 turns in a row, even with max speed. He's a very fast boss. So those are the special rules you have to work around. So no equipment that abuses being at high health or not taking damage can be used. No shields can be used, and no death strats can be used. Those are out as special rules, and by virtue of the shields not being gone or the shields being taken out of the equation, getting hit means a restart rather than trying to practice the parry timing better and just draw the fight out to learn that way. So you have to learn from a raw attempt every single time. This makes him very, very difficult. And just the amount of time from having to start the fight over instead of being able to stretch the harder parts of the fight out even a little bit with a few shields to practice the moves you're having trouble with makes the learning experience about twice as long. And this is clearly intentional. Because he has some of the hardest parry timings in the game, and the game mandates that you learn them. If he gets too many bonus actions, you're dead. Like, you will not be able to fix the momentum. You cannot let him just sit there and keep expunging dead characters. If a character is dead, the next thing has to be fully parried. Otherwise, that character is gone. And if you do try to run any kind of high health stuff on a character, you cannot let him do his 2-1 HP move. Otherwise, that character will lose all benefits of it. So disabling his turns, his bonus actions by fully parrying stuff is a huge boon. Never mind that, as with every fight in this game, you gain a lot of momentum from parrying specifically, because you gain a ton of action points, which are skill point equivalents. They're just personal to each character instead of for your whole team, for parrying. And you get the counterattack damage, which is not insignificant at all. It can do quite big damage if you stack plus counterattack stuff. And usually you'll equip at least a few plus counterattack things, because if you're going for parries, because it's just good. It'll give you a nice, solid, consistent bit of damage off a turn. I guess we'll go to the phases of the fight now. He is a 3-phase fight. I have labeled his phases the intro, where you're introduced to his main core moveset, the main fight, and the FU phase. So before describing the fight and the way its party setup works at in-game, you pick up to 3 main party members to go in first, and then can set up to 2 characters as reserve members. And those reserve members are allowed to come in. You can set 1 if you prefer as well, but it'll let you have a max of 2 in the reserve party. Will come in if the main party wipes. You can choose to bring them in, or you can choose to just go, this whole attempt is squapped. I'm just going to restart once the main party dies. So keep that in mind as we go forward, because it's going to be very relevant in phase 3. In phase 1, you learn the basic moveset: a short combo, a long combo, a powerful combo, and a sword plant combo. These do exactly what they say on the tin, have various delays and number of hits in them, and they vary between, I think the longest one is the long combo at 6 hits, and the sword plant is a long combo, but it's as easy as move to parry. Because the wind-up and telegraphs are so long on each attack, and so clearly telegraphed, that it'll be the one you can parry the most. Unfortunately, he uses it less and less as the fight goes on. Once you deplete his first health bar, because all of phase 1 is 1 health bar, it's only about 7 million HP though. I say only, but once you get that down, phase 2 starts. All those sword combo moves I mentioned before, except for sword plant, double the number of hits. There's now an after image slash that follows every single hit at intermediate timing, exactly about half a second after the first hit. So you have to totally relearn your rhythm for phase 2. In addition to this, he gets a
If
very
you're arch-tempered Raid now taking notes.
yeah. In addition to this, he gains 2 new moves, one of which is a 10-hit AoE combo that will wipe you if a single hit hits you, and is the hardest attack he has to parry. It has, let's see, I think I wrote down. It's 2 fast hits, brief delay, 1 hit, medium delay, 1 hit, brief delay, 3 evenly spaced hits, medium delay, 2 fast hits, AoE sword explosion. And it is you have to perfectly parry this thing every single time, and if a single hit is missed, your team is wiped. It does too much damage. There's no surviving it. And his last one is a single target 7-hit combo that is brand new for this phase that has very awkward delays and a fake out startup. You need to really pay attention to the attack text that pops up at the start of the movie does. It'll tell you what attack he's going to do. And if you see sort of in there, he's going to fake you out and do this move. And it is really rough to parry because the delays are very janky. It's super long delay, fake out, 2 fast hits, short delay, 4 consistent hits, brief delay, 1 huge light blast. And this one, you too have to parry the whole thing go, but you absolutely have to parry the last hit because it's an AoE. So, this is rough. It takes a long time to learn this. I was on learning this for about 5 of the 9 hours until I finally got him to about 35%. And then the boss says F you. And insta-kills your entire main team. No way to dodge it.
Joy.
No way to stop it. Phase 3 is even harder than Phase 2, with now doubling or tripling the hits on all those basic moves I mentioned before, plus his entire rest of his moveset. And
What, are you using the B team now?
And now you have a B team that is not allowed to have a full roster of 3. You can only have 2 characters on the B team.
Good.
Yeah, pretty much. And I spent another 4 hours learning Phase 3. And I tried a lot of strats getting this there. The first one was shield strat, didn't work for obvious reasons, abandoned that right out the gate. Full health strats didn't work because of the aforementioned HP to 1. Full defense with the healer setup didn't work because he does 14k damage per hit, and the max I could get somebody to was 12k, and then even with a Beefgate high defense build, that was not enough to stop a one-shot. Death bomb plus delayed res strats didn't work because the second you miss a parry, it's over for your dead character. They're gone. Your death bombed characters will be expunged from the battlefield. What kind of worked was a full parry plus counterattack damage build. This helped me learn parry timings a bit better and had the added bonus of not having to worry about offense because I was doing all my damage through counterattacks. There was no setup of offense combos or trying to string together offensive abilities when my turns came around. It was just do the biggest hit move I could and then pass the turn and do most of my damage through parrying his attacks and counterattacking. This is good for learning, but it simply does not have the damage output needed to reasonably kill this guy. You can do it if you get good enough, but you're going to be there for like an hour. So good for practice, not so good for going for an actual kill attempt. Consistent offensive pressure plus dodging instead of parrying was on the table, but it allowed him to get all his bonus actions off, which would anytime anything went a little bit out of whack and a character took a hit and went down, it meant I could not. Doing this meant I had to attempt to parry immediately and break this strategy on the next attack, and it just did not work because my timing would be thrown off from having the lenience of dodging, and he would get his bonus action, and that character would be expunged from the field. What finally worked was getting good. There's no way around it. And if you don't do the one-shot build that was viable until a few days ago, you just got to learn how to parry his crap. And it's going to take a very, very long time because you have to restart the fight every time you get hit. And the DPS strat I used actually involved burn stacking. The way the weapon that was bugged is supposed to work, which is moderately high consistent DPS that involves trying to keep the burn stacks on the target as high as possible, and using one character's skill that scales with the number of burn stacks up to a cap. This does a solid like 2 to 4 million per every 2 turns, plus any damage incurred by the burn effect itself and extra damage you can do in the meantime. And I did this to get through the bulk of phase 2. And in phase 3, I built those 2 characters. I tried to push him so that he had like 20% health going into that phase by dropping every cooldown and thing I could for the biggest hit right before the phase change. So he went in with as little HP as possible and saved level 3 limit break and just put all power to the front guns and tried to kill him within about 2 or 3 waves. Or 2 or 3 rounds, because taking too many rounds in that phase is just a nightmare. It's incredibly difficult to parry. So, but if I could do it about twice, which is what I wound up doing in the kill attempt, that was enough to get the kill. If you just go with the B team having all power to the front guns, nothing else matters other than damage. You can do it in about 2 rounds, assuming you get a good transition.
And don't flub the parries.
Well, yeah, that is a ongoing thing throughout this particular fight. You're not allowed to.
Whole thing.
You can't flub a single parry. Now, I don't know what he's like on normal or story mode. You may actually be able to survive a hit, and it may not be as tight. And if you really just don't want to learn him the masochist way, maybe setting the difficulty lower to practice parry and dodge timing is a way to go. But I did not do that because I'm a masochist, and I hate myself.
Yes.
So yeah, got him in the end. He's going to be a very polarizing boss just because of the nature of you can't practice him. It's start over if you get hit. Unless you can, and because even stopping to recover puts a huge stop on your DPS. If one character falls over, even if you manage to parry his next string of attacks and stop his expunging from the battlefield of their corpse and pick him back up, characters pay a huge price with their system mechanics for skipping a turn and using an item to revive somebody. It's they'll lose a whole lot of progress on making their way towards their bigger DPS phases if you do that, and it can really throw you out of sync. So you really can't afford it. You just need to get through perfectly and have the one perfect run. But he is a ton of fun to learn once you finally get in the groove of it. But he is going to be really rough for a lot of people. And it's I imagine most of the people that have got the Chivo for killing him have resorted to the one-shot build, because I can easily see him frustrating people to a point where they tear their hair out. But I'm glad they included a boss like this, especially as a post-game super boss with very little story relevance, just for people that were enjoying the gameplay of the game. So I'm glad he's there. I'm not going to recommend everybody try and go fight him unless you enjoy this kind of stuff like I do and you hate yourself. But if you love yourself and you think I don't need to inflict mental trauma on myself today, I want to give this one a pass and just do the main story. So that's the post game content, as much as I'm willing to divulge without getting into story stuff for the sake of spoilers anyway, because the more I think about it, there are story spoilers stuff scattered throughout it that, while not critical to the main story, people want to find on their own. So I'm not going to talk about that there. Main story. I've thought about how I'm going to talk about this without spoiling anything, because the game relies on not being spoiled. If you get spoiled on this game, some of the moments just aren't going to hit right. In fact, there's like 5 or 6 major revelations that happen throughout the game, and they all need you to be unspoiled to hit right. So we'll do this instead. General impressions of the story. It's good. The characters are well written, fleshed out. All the ones that matter anyway, that wind up being party members or wind up being recurring characters. You understand them very well by the end of the game. You connect with all of them because the cast is relatively small. Especially for this genre. No Trails series, 37 characters popping up at the end of Cold Steel garbage. It's just it's just the crew that you slowly build. So you get to know all of them really well. Their individual character stories are wrapped very well by the end of it. With while they may not get what they want, all of them, they definitely feel like their story is concluded. What do you call it? The main story is really good from start to finish. The intrigue and the twists play well throughout the whole story. All the big revelations that expand your understanding of the world and the characters and the various elements of it are very, very well put together and paced appropriately. Because the main story moves at such a consistent clip, you'll get through the main story if you were to burn through it. Uh, just doing the occasional optional thing that you found, you could get through the main story in probably about 45 hours. It's not a mega long JRPG as far as the main story is concerned. All the extra time that I've put into it comes in either leaving the game on or doing the post game content. And keep in mind, I may have 80 hours plugged into the game, of which about 65, 70 is active playtime, and almost 10 of those were Simon. So that's what you're looking at for playtime in this game.
Simon.
Yeah, your boy. Because the story moves along at a good clip the whole way through, it's very easy to go, I just want to see what happens next. And but at the same time, while I always wanted to keep playing, I always felt like I was either at a good stopping point when I stopped, because there's a lot of them where you can just okay, this is a good place to stop. And never feel like you're just in a bit of a sloggy state. The dungeon pacing for the main story dungeons especially is really good. None of them overstay their welcome, and none of them feel like they're too short. And even the ones that aren't as dungeony with places to explore usually have really big set pieces in them that make them very interesting and fun to go through. And those are not very many. Most dungeons have optional paths and stuff for you to go explore if you want to, and they're a good time. The world building is done incredibly well, and a lot of things that are normally just conceits like yellow paint for climbable walls and stuff in other games instead get a full explanation, and the explanation is usually some variant of one of the other expeditions that came out here before us set it up. And you'll find journals detailing their adventures. That particular one's adventure, when like the one that set up all the handholds, and the ones that set up the grapple points, and the ones that blew a hole in a wall.
Do you get any like sort of sense of sort of like chronological continuity, like records from really early ones who didn't know what the hell they were doing?
Yes.
Versus other ones that come in later, and there's like, oh well, we've been sending these expeditions for a while now, and each one makes it a little bit further than the last one.
Yeah, so the very first expedition, Expedition 0, actually found out a lot. So you'll get a lot of journals from them, all of which are fully voice acted, by the way. These journal entries you find, and you'll get at least one journal entry for a goodly chunk of the ones between Expeditions 86 and 33 or 34. You'll get to see what happened to all of them. Some of them are just black comedy, for lack of a better word. Like, just incredibly dark humor on like there's one that tried to eat Nevrons, the monsters out in the open world, and it didn't go well.
I can imagine.
One of them got offered a mushroom by some dumb inhabitants of the world, and they ate it, and it didn't go well.
And this is why you don't eat mushrooms.
One of them tried to fight some other inhabitants of the world in an arena, and had their bones broken, and their doctor couldn't fix it because he doesn't know how human bones work.
I'm pretty sure Aristeal is pro mushroom.
I am pro mushroom.
I am anti-mushroom. They are a blight upon existence.
They're wonderful.
I am perfectly neutral on mushrooms. That's not my pizza crime.
They belong on every pizza. They are wonderful.
I have this theory that everybody, whether they know it or not yet, everybody has a pizza crime. Something that really is contentious and shouldn't belong on pizza, but they for some reason can't help themselves. For most people, it's pineapple. But for other people, it's other things.
Pineapple is a crime. So
mine is black olives.
That's not the worst crime.
Yeah, not a super big fan of black olives, but at least they're easy to pick off. So yeah, you'll get to plenty of journal entries from expeditions that came before. Some of them did find out quite a bit. and they pace their the ones you find appropriately for how deep you go in your exploration, because nobody's made it back after an exploration. So the ones that made it further and discovered more, you won't find until later in the game because they obviously made it deeper. But
Is it- I was going to ask a question, but then I realized it probably is spoilers, so I won't bother.
yeah. So so that all works out pretty good. The ending, I've seen some people with some really dumb takes on it, but I love the ending. I think the ending is perfect for this type of story.
Are you trying to tell me you went on the internet and you saw a dumb take?
I'm seeing some exceptionally dumb takes because I stuck my nose in like the farm's discussion board for this game after I beat it. And oh boy,
Worse. Could
oh,
read it.
it could have been Reddit. Well, Reddit is currently embroiled in SGA memes. Actually,
Oh, it's time for swim, is it?
oh yeah, where do you think I got the one I posted? It's they are ready for swim. SGA is a wonderfully fun and
So
retarded tablecloth.
they're broadly pro SKA.
Yeah, everybody loves SGA. It's hard to hate SGA. I don't think I've seen a single person in the discussions that hates SGA. He may be dumb as a bag of rocks, but he's just the lovable, big fun type of dumb as a bag of rocks. So, like, he'll do some really weird stuff with the expedition that will make them sometimes vocally go, "Why doesn't SGA just X?" And they all just let it go because SGA is so fun and nice to everybody.
Just too nice to hate.
Yeah, he's a big old dumb retarded tablecloth. Everybody loves SGA,
Too dumb not to love.
pretty much.
Yes.
So there's that, and but yeah, the ending is really good. I think it does perfectly well, hitting home the themes of the story and tying everything up. There is one plot thread throughout the game that's established that isn't so much a plot thread as a background element to the setting, that they intentionally, and very intentionally at that, leave open for a sequel or some continuation of the same universe, if not a direct sequel. So it's there as a just in case, but it's not key to this story, and this story is fully concluded by the end of this game. Everything pertaining to the characters and the immediate happenings and goings on is concluded at the end of this game. So you don't have to worry about a damp squib ending. You don't have to worry about any of the characters not getting any focus. The fourth party member you get is probably the one that gets the least. Her and the second one, but they still
Don't
get
have to worry about rocks fall, everyone dies.
no. So they get the least and could use more, I think, because they had the time for it, but in terms of runtime, but given the size of studio we're working with here, I understand why they cut them where they did. Uh, so they resolve their stuff exclusively in character relationship stories instead of in the main plot, and at least one of them has a little mini bonus dungeon related to him from those two. That helps explain a little bit more about her and her parents. So those all go pretty well. The main thing that impressed me going through the game and made me just like it more and more was just we didn't go light speed in pacing. We're not zooming through revelation to revelation, but we're not slowing down either. The game keeps a very steady clip that only really hits a one bumpy rock where you can pick one of two dungeons to go do. But even then, that bump is not that hard because each of those two dungeons has significant revelations that will become apparent later when you go do them. But there is a point in Act 2 where it's like, well, there are two places we need to go, and we need to eventually do both of them, but you can pick the order. And that is the only pacing speed bump we really run into. Other than that, it's a consistent clip from start to finish. And that's about as detailed as I'm willing to get with the story. I want it all to remain unspoiled for people that want to go play it. I think it's 100% worth it. The baguettes actually did it. They made a product that is good. I did not expect it from the baguettes, but
it's the game that Ubisoft could have made if they weren't busy being shit.
Oh, and the game has literally no alphabet in it at all. I know one scene that they are going to try very hard to make alphabet, but it just ain't there. These people,
I hear that the people making the game made the game because they were so bored at Ubisoft and left.
yeah,
Yeah.
the
One of the big reasons they left was just because of all the nonsense.
yeah. Well, a bunch of the staff was brought in from outside, and this is their first game working on a game at all, and it shows because there's a whole lot of novel ideas here. The main founders of the studio all are ex Ubisoft that were just tired of the Ubi slop.
Yeah. Ubisoft hasn't done anything creative since Rayman Legends.
I don't.
More like AC2.
Yeah, like the AC2 was successful, and that formula ate up about 80% of their library after that point.
It did.
Or infected parts of it, at least. Yeah.
Ubisoft could do stuff that's great, and Clair Obscur shows that what happens when AAA studios or AAA developers just take the initiative to be able to
It just means that their problem was never a lack of talent. It was that their goals and their management was wrong.
Yeah.
Completely wrong.
There was no vision or passion left when you become as corpo as Ubisoft, and when you become as ideologically focused as them as well. Because you may know, when you're going through this game, it is very odd that there literally is no alphabet at all in a Western game these days. It's how commonplace it's that like there's no alphabet anything. It's perfectly straight, and this will hit you about halfway through the game that
because you realize it functions like the real world instead of like progressive utopia.
Yeah, we're in a dystopian semi-post-apocalyptic world where everybody's slowly dying off, but it still feels more grounded. These people have bigger things to worry about, like their population slowly dying as they at younger and younger ages as every year that marches on. That's a little more important than who can bang who.
Yeah, there's going to be in a scenario like that. There's going to be a lot of cultural conceits and gene bundles that die out relatively quickly.
Yeah, so they have a bigger concern going on in the world than what goes in what hole. And it really stuck with me that their priority was to make a good game and to tell a functional story with characters that, despite the setting they're in being very fantastical in a lot of ways, feels more grounded than a whole mess of the current modern slop that comes out from the West.
That's the thing, though, right? The current modern slop, no one can relate to it because it's all progressive utopia fan fiction. It doesn't have any there's no emotional beats that resonate with anybody's actual lives.
Yeah. There's a
because everything is about being ironic or being post-ironic or about being post-ironic.
I think we're up to about 6 or 7 posts at this point.
Yeah. The thing with this game is it has a narrative through line that it establishes in the prologue and runs the whole entirety of the game. Is how do you healthily deal with grief? When loss comes, not if, but when, how do you deal with that? And what are the ways that you work towards making progress in your life with the goals that are important to you and the world around you without getting totally swallowed by grief? Because everybody in this setting has lost, at minimum, their parents.
So you probably can't tell that story if somebody is making like a Marvel Cinematic Universe quip every 3 sentences.
Yeah, and that's not to say there aren't funny moments in this game. The humor in this game is genuinely hilarious. Anytime SGA shows up, I'm going to minor spoil one character moment with SGA. But the character that is having a very brooding time and is the darkest and broodiest in appearance anyway, uh, is feeling really down after some events that happen. And SKA just walks up to him, is like, "Oh, you don't look so good, buddy." Like, yeah, I don't feel so good, SKA. Look, he's like, "Oh, feeling more woo than we today?" He goes, "Yeah, definitely feeling the woo." Then he just looks down at him and goes, SKA goes, "Want a hug?" And then the character, in the straightest voice and expression possible, masterfully executed, goes, "Yeah, yeah, I do." And walks up and hugs the giant tablecloth.
Hey, sometimes to get over things, you just need a hug
Yeah,
from
and
a big friendly tablecloth.
There are definitely people who cried during that scene.
yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
It sounds so nice, that scene. It does.
Like it is a bit of comedy woven in just to sell the emotional, dramatic nature of the scene happening without breaking it entirely. And this is scattered all throughout the game. There are hard comedy bits. The final party member you get is just a bucket of comedy anytime he opens his mouth, but his lines are kept relatively limited, and he still has serious moments. And I do recommend the English voice for the entirety of the game, unless you really, really are all in on the ha 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 and want the authentic experience. They do a great job the whole way through. All-star cast all the way around. Everybody from Gustav's actor to Mael's actor to SKA's actor and all the characters you meet in between just absolutely kill the performance from start to finish. And the facial animations are also on point. None of these characters are particularly beautiful, but they don't have the AAA uggo either. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like they all get smacked in the face
Yeah,
with a frying pan.
the potato face.
Yeah, they're not that point.
Everybody has like big rubbery faces that look like they were put over top of a regular face, and all of them are some shade of brown with vitiligo.
Yeah, no,
Gray.
no. The closest we get, one of the girls has Asian heritage. Very clear, she's an Asian party member. But that's it. Everybody else is French white. In the prologue and parts of the first act, there is a very black Frenchman around who is very, very black, but everything else is just typical white French people
Without vitiligo.
without vitiligo.
Why is that such a prominent thing lately?
Because
I
we
don't know, but there's another kerfuffle this past week because more of the official Dungeons and Dragons art came out. You know, their key art pieces that have gotten woker and woker and woker. And again, there is nothing recognizably Dungeons and Dragons about this art piece and the character. There's a character in the foreground who's got vitiligo.
Just yeah.
I will never forget having fun with Asgard's Wrath 2 and about to write off a bunch of the technical issues. It's just really obnoxious quirks and not talk as many points until I walked into the minigame area and the character had revitiligo.
It's not that common, guys. Stop it.
Like, I know what your priority is now. I know why these technical issues exist. Because they were not a priority to fix. This was your priority, is what that tells me.
Yeah. But yeah, D&D, that whole the 5.2 or 5.5, whatever they decided to call it, revision 2. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah. So,
Especially after they make a big kerfuffle about saying that orcs are basically black people, and then they say, okay, well this is better, and now they go Mexican. So yeah,
Don't be racist. Orcs aren't black people; they're Mexicans.
they are now.
Who tables this as a direction and doesn't realize they sound like a complete retard?
Yeah,
maybe
yeah. The whole orcs are black people thing was never a player problem. That was a them problem.
if you say something that makes you sound stupider than time for swim swim, maybe it's time to close your mouth.
I've seen a lot
This
of
type of swim is endearing.
I've seen a lot of people shilling the FF Magic card set now, but it's like, well, I like FF14, or at least I like the FF14 that I remember, but I don't think Magic the Gathering is supposed to be an IP tie-in engine, but that's what they've turned it into now.
yeah,
This is-
they
It's got
seriously
alleged
lost
Lord of the
everything,
Rings. It's got kaijus. It's got Transformers. It's got everything now.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed of all things.
All the identity
And
of that game is
while
just
the idea
bleeding.
of zombie tokens, which are the dead gentlemen, is funny to me,
Yes.
it's actually still a violation in my mind of what constitutes Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, you get 1 point for that. You lost 100 already.
Yeah, even if I wasn't totally on board with like the story for the second Innistrad block with Avacyn Restored and all that, uh, at least it still felt very Magic the Gathering. Like there's still a story here when I was poking at the game, and like okay, I
You know,
can get
you could feel the story sort of getting more soft and fuzzy as it went along. Like I stopped playing at the end of Theros. I think it was at the end of Theros that I stopped. And it was Theros because Theros was actually a relatively imaginative take on a Greco-Roman theme, and it was sort of after that, and then they returned to the world that had the giant
Zendikar.
creatures. I can't remember the Zendikar. They returned to Zendikar
Yeah.
after that, and I hadn't played the original Zendikar, so I didn't have any in with that. But after that, they sort of gradually seemed to lose focus on telling the story of Magic the Gathering in favor of telling not really a story so much as just making a product that people would try to excite people into wanting the product, as opposed to any level of lore involvement. I guess they figured that their product as a game had gotten so popular that they didn't need to worry about anybody being engaged with the meta story being told by that product anymore. So they could do things like Transformers.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's around the time that they went from let's do, I think it was 2 expansions a year with lore and good balance to let's do 6 expansion a year and we'll just throw any old shit in there. So,
Yeah.
Like there are already card games for that. It's called Weiss Shores. Like if you want to just play random IP, they've got heaps.
even then though,
but
they stay on theme.
But they stay on theme within their blocks. That's fine. But that's also what it's for. It doesn't have like a pre-existing mythos the way MTG does.
Yeah.
It's just let's make anime characters fight.
Like there's a particular tone and timbre to each of the worlds and to the game as a whole for MTG. And introducing some foreign element to it's not like it would be it would be even more vivid if they did it to something like Warhammer 40k, right? But that's sort of like if you did that, then you would be able to see in the most caricatured form what it is that is being done subtly in MTG.
Yeah, come to
And
think of it, wasn't there a Warhammer MTG crossover in there in the pipe? Let me see.
I know Sabretooth Games once upon a time made a 40k card game. I don't know whether or not the license is so far gone now that they can put it back up for
Yep, here it is.
the
Wow,
relicensing.
holy bollocks! If you want the starter pack for the 40k Universes Beyond thing, it is. Who wants to guess at a price?
It's not going to be a small number, is it?
It is not a small number.
$80.
Vol?
$2,000.
Vol is closer, but
Oh,
double
no.
it.
What?
$3,721.95. That is for the 4 collector's editions.
Oh, okay. It's multiple products in the pack.
It's multiple products, so it's still nearly $1,000 per collector's edition.
I still undershot it by a factor of 5, even just going for one.
Yeah. So yes, actually, Warhammer and played through MTG would work. It would be fun, and if it was like the only one they'd done, I would accept that. But it's not.
No, I don't think that I would accept that. I think that these are two different things. These are very different things.
Yeah, I would have said
It's
if it was
Warhammer's
me doing it, I
supposed
would have
to be
said like, here is a 40k card game. It just uses the MTG system.
Warhammer's
Make it a separate
supposed to be much more visceral. Like if you look at the way the way the stories and the fundamental rules of the universe in MTG work, they're very ephemeral and theoretical, like the whole colors of magic thing and the way the characters discuss their interactions with those forces thereof, as opposed to 40k, which very much lives on the ground. And in fact, intentionally so, like the Imperium keeps the Chaos Gods and so forth completely secret from the broader populace. Like it's supposed to be the most materially connected universe possible in order to make the immaterium much more alien, whereas everything is just sort of like woo woo in MTG by comparison. I don't think that they're actually a very good fit for each other.
No, that's why I'd say make it a separate product. But yeah, it's a thing, and it's a very expensive thing. A very expensive thing.
Major T Pert.
Interpret. So let me see. Actually, what else have they done? Let's see.
Oh no. You cease to exist in your world, resulting in me being booted back to mine.
Oh no.
Well, he's near one of the teleport points, just all the way on the other side of the map.
Trying to find a list. Here we go. These are all they've done. They've done Walking Dead, Stranger Things, Arcane, Street Fighter, Fortnite, Warhammer 40k, Transformers, D&D. D&D actually makes sense. They did the Honor Among Thieves crossover.
Well,
Lord
they're
of the Rings-
almost the same universe, aren't they?
I think they are the same universe now, because Eberron is kind of the linking factor of them both.
I don't know anything about the lore of Eberron. I just know that they've
Yeah.
got magic trains.
They do have magic trains, and that's where the artificers for D&D came from. Also guns. Lord of the Rings, Creepshow, Doctor Who, Evil Dead, Princess Bride, Jurassic Park / Jurassic World, Tomb Raider, Cluedo, Fallout, Hatsune Miku. It keeps going. Assassin's Creed, Monty Python. Wait, what? Monty Python? Okay. Monty Python is about as Wizards of the Coast as you could get at this point.
Well, they did Unglued, and what was the other one?
Unhinged or something.
Unhinged. Oh, they've done a few. So yeah, this is Holy Grail they've done for the crossover.
Well, it's the one that millennials know and Zoomers might have at least heard of.
Yeah, it's got boobies in it. Ghostbusters, Child's Play. Is that as in the charity?
No, that Child's Play,
Isn't
like
that
the horror movie.
It's the horror movie about the puppet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yes, Chucky. Several Marvel ones, Final Fantasy and SpongeBob. Jeez.
Teresa. Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
Right.
how do you jiggle less than Chaska?
There's like a
You know.
sizable cadre of millennials that raise their children on SpongeBob.
Hey, it's better than Cocomelon.
Is it? I don't know what that is.
It is pure AI generated brain rot, click farming, and a lot of parents will just sit their kids in front of it to shut them up.
Yeah, make moms great again.
Yeah, it is probably the single worst thing you could put your kids in front of.
Yeah,
it's worse than Teletubbies.
Back when there was a time when we didn't need to have a 2-income household to have families be raised. You could have a mom take care of the kids and not have to put them in front of brain rot.
Now it's the sit them down, shut them up.
Yeah. Now mama gets home late after the babysitter leaves or the daycare's over, and is too tired to deal with the kids because she has to work all day, and puts them in front of the brain rot.
I legit can't imagine what growing up like that would be like.
Yeah, that would have been.
It just seems like the most awful dystopian thing.
Like I distinctly remember my dad making it his goal in his career to get promoted enough and move up enough so that my mom could quit working and properly take care of the kids, and he accomplished that about when I was 7.
Yeah, that kind of used to be the goal, is that way one parent, or particularly the mum, would
Well,
be able to stay home and
y-
sort out the kids.
You go back a bit before I was born, and that just was the default.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah, my mother worked for about a few months. Like I can't remember how many months. I think she worked until I was about 1. She kept working. She just brought me with her. Um, but I think her intention was always that she would stop working, and she probably only kept working in order to tie up loose ends or something.
Yeah.
But
Nowadays,
yeah,
it's
that
kind of like it's the ultimate goal is not only to find or get your earnings to a position where you can get one of the parents at home, but also get the childcare. Uh,
childcare
sorry,
costs as much as a full-time job, so I don't
yeah,
understand why a lot of
childcare.
mothers do
I've
it.
gone backwards. Yeah, I've gone backwards. Childcare is the big thing that generally causes you to need the second job. So
Like if
it's like,
so this is more about cultural brainwashing that you're supposed to do it like this.
yeah, but no, you don't. You don't necessarily have to do it that way. Like, are you doing a second job just to afford childcare, or would it be more economical for one of your parents to stay home and take care of the kids?
There's a
It's the
saying that I've heard Claven use quite a number of times that was said to him by his father, and it's that every baby comes with a loaf of bread, and the meaning is basically just that you'll find a way. If you actually
yeah,
want to, you'll find a way.
yeah. So anyway, we kind of got off track there. Where were we?
Clair Obscur. Um,
Yes.
I've covered about everything I want to cover for the game itself because I don't want to talk about story stuff until one or both of you have finished it. If you ever get to it. Um,
Yeah. Like, it's on Game Pass
You
now. I
need,
can just go and play it at any time. It's just
I need to
I
take
want to
time
sit down
off
and get
work.
involved.
yeah,
I have to take time off work if I want to take on another video game. It's
there
not like I don't want to. I would love to take time off work. I would
because
love to not feel like I'm dying when I get up in the morning.
Yes.
there is a lot to discuss about how the different types of players will approach the gameplay system, what difficulty they'll find comfortable to play on, the bosses and the mechanics of the game. There's also a lot to discuss about the story, especially the ending. To discuss the world and how well they nailed a bunch of the aspects that I think a bunch of modern writers just miss because they're not focused on telling a complete and good story. Um, so
Yeah. A lot of AAA games now, it's like the story doesn't need to be good. It needs to be good enough.
yeah, so there's a lot to discuss there, but I don't want to get get the cart before the horse and give you guys a few months to get some time and consider scooping it. It does get a full throated recommendation from me though. If you have any
Nice.
specific questions about the game before you go in, I may elect not to answer because there are things that are surprisingly in spoiler territory, or I may just lie to you about it. But I can attempt to answer them. You've
Okay.
got
Well, without because I've been not diving down the spoiler holes, really is hard to know what to ask on that front. But total game length, roughly.
main story about 40 hours, 45 hours. Um,
Hmm.
Assuming you do the occasional bit of optional content on your way through until the end of Act 3. Tack the post game on Not Simon, about 60, 65. If you decide to do the Simon fight, add anywhere from, I don't know how the lower difficulties will influence it, but on Expert, it added 10 hours by itself. So at most, you're looking at 75 to 80, and about 40-ish to 45 for the main story.
Yeah. So it's a respectable length, especially for the price.
Yeah, they are. They are. It's another thing to note. This game is cheaper than the current AAA price point. It is priced at $50 US. That
Yeah,
is,
that's part of the reason I'm thinking of just going and buying it, even if I don't have time to play it yet. Because number one, I intend to play it, and number two, I want to, draw a line in the sand. This is actually a good price for a game. And what is your excuse for wanting more money than this exactly?
yeah.
Yeah.
They
Can't
have
say inflation because that don't hold water either.
a digital deluxe edition available, but it just has a few costumes for the characters, and you will get so many hairstyles, hair colors, and costumes throughout normal play of the game. Because remember, all this crap used to be unlockable in the game, that you will not even notice the deluxe edition costumes.
If this was still an Ubisoft game, they would be charging you $5 for each.
Yeah, no, they're just unlocked from side quests or random treasure
Nice.
chests, or just random fights out in the world, or beat up the mimes.
I'm all for beating up mimes.
They're usually hidden in any complete dungeon is a mime somewhere in that dungeon, and the fight is the same every single time. But if you kill the mime, you get a wacky or very very French. When I say French, I mean it's literally called baguette in the menu, outfit or hairstyle.
I love it. They're self-aware as well.
Yeah, they are fully aware that they originate from land. Yeah, it
But yeah,
yeah.
and maybe I shouldn't have gone down the Yakuza well because I started that right before Clair Obscur came out, and now I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit.
Yeah, I would honestly, Clair Obscur is a game that is relevant, needs to not be spoiled, and if you have a single player itch right now, and another game was only kind of on your radar, and you have the funds to throw around, or you have Game Pass and can just play it because it's on Game Pass, I would definitely recommend dropping whatever you're doing and going through Clair Obscur.
I actually find myself sincerely missing the times when funds were the problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like that did limit our choices in games, and in a way I feel like we had to be much more selective then and make the most out of whatever we did get. But also, the pickings just usually are slop these days, or have enough glaring issues. Like Clair Obscur is not a perfect game. It has a few road bumps and small shoes, but I just don't care. I don't care about any of the small stuff in this game that I might have done differently because they're nits to pick that I'm not even going to bother mentioning because I want this game to do well. I want this to send the biggest FU signal to the current industry that you don't need a large team. That bloating your team the way the current AAAs do only hurts your product by making you lose vision. That you
You
don't
can still write a decent story even if you're crippled by the unfortunate congenital disability of being born French.
Yeah. You can, and if you are, you can go find one on flipping Reddit that can write better than the AAA people. I'm not
game doesn't
kidding.
have
The
to be
lead writer was
perfect.
found on Reddit.
Yeah, which honestly normally would be a red flag, but in this case it's not.
Yeah, came from Wildbow's circle of those independent writing crew. Apparently, they were an established independent writer with super long form solo novels, so it was a good fit. But man, you're playing with fire doing that.
Yeah, you got to be really careful.
Yeah,
yeah. Wildbow, like Worm was great, so there's talent.
The
it's
French sometimes tell odd stories. Like you don't know what they're exactly looking for. I mean, I think that the traditional case in point here is the Fifth Element was French.
Yeah, Fifth Element was also very weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The French tell strange stories given an opportunity.
No, they
They
definitely
a very warped sense of humor.
They have definitely been huffing the Yoko Taro for this game, just a little bit. They're not
No, huff the Yoko Taro.
They have not ground up that wacky mask and snorted the whole thing, but they definitely took a few hits. It does have some weird moments in it, but they made a very interesting decision. The documentation on the backstory of this game and its development process is quite frankly astounding. They released full mini documentaries and in-house interviews that discuss how they came and did a whole lot of stuff, and they would have meetings with the writer that are like, okay, you want this element of the story presented. We're not sure that'll work in explicit text as well and will eat a lot of time. So why don't we build this into the environment that just implies this? And they're like, yeah, that'll work. And just
environmental storytelling.
Discussions like that don't fall under the bucket of show don't tell. The game is always make sure to tell you explicitly what's happening if it's important. But the smaller details of the world and the setting and the way things operate are not a large logical leap if you just look around the environment to see the clues they've left behind for you to figure it out yourself. The game respects your intelligence as a reader and as a person enjoying the story. It's not catering to the lowest common denominator.
It bludgeons you over the head with a plot point 10 times until it thinks you got it.
Yeah, it's not going to spoon feed you everything and go into big intricate system details like like Natsu loves to do with his explanations, but it's also not going to just not leave you anything. And it's not going to sit there and baby you like a bunch of the modern writing in the West does. It finds that old middle ground of it's not going to tell you absolutely everything, but it'll tell you most of it, and you can just open your eyes and make very simple logical leaps that are not very hard ones or far ones to infer the rest of what's going on. Even, and this goes as far as character relations too. It's very easy for you to tell how a character thinks the way they does, or what type of mindset would lead them to make the decisions they did for all the actions they take. Especially given the information you have, like they just respect your intelligence going through the game. They assume you will figure it out, or get close enough that it doesn't matter.
See, that's an element of a lot of modern AAA games and even movies, really, that annoys me. Is like you'll have characters who are acting perfectly sane, and then for some reason they just do something completely idiotic out of nowhere,
Yeah,
and that drives the plot.
yeah.
They did it because the plot demands it.
All actions are taken in character in this game. I cannot recall a single time a character just blatantly breaks character to do something WTF.
Yeah.
I think the thing that irritates me the most about modern game writing is how, and with a lot of these modern stories, every character has the same personality. Ultimately, like they'll be described differently, but they will all be ironic millennials that make Marvel movie quips every sentence.
Yeah. Could do without that, thank you.
Yeah,
It was funny and amusing the first time, and
It-
never again.
It might have gotten a half chuckle. It was not the thing that you should build your entire writing style around.
No, it worked in Thor Ragnarok. That's where it should have stopped.
the only one of those that ever got an actual laugh from me was actually in the first one of the Star Wars sequels, when the little R2D2 replacement pulls the lighter out and does a thumbs up. That's the only time one of those has made me laugh. Every other time it's fallen flat on its face.
There's only two good things about the Star Wars sequels. The first was the droid, because I mean, cute little robot droid.
I might have liked the droid if I hadn't already had it marketed to me to the point that it made me sick just to look at it before I even saw the movie.
You had to remind me about the marketing.
Of all,
And you ruined it.
Like that sodding droid was literally everywhere.
yeah,
it was.
I didn't follow the marketing very hard pre-release, but definitely post-release I saw him everywhere.
People don't follow marketing. People are a victim of marketing.
Yeah.
Yes, you are subjected to marketing.
Well, for that first movie, I do know a lot of people that were following every little thing that came out before they finally saw the movie.
The hype was very real.
The people you know are spastic.
Well, then the movie came out, and it was like, oh no.
Oh no.
For most of them.
Yeah. And the other was the concept of Finn. Is the other good thing. Not the execution.
Well, I mean, you might for
Just
all
the
that
idea
it matters, you might as well just say headcanon at this point.
I mean,
there's not really much difference between the two anymore, is there? Because they flushed all of that.
Yep.
Paul, I need to do a circuit of the ley lines. Can we go to your ley lines and do them? Because I won't have enough to finish the weekly.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Yeah, like if they'd made the Star Wars sequel about Finn, basically, it's like the defecting stormtrooper. Make it about him. That would have been great. But they turned him into like.
They even gave him a lightsaber.
They
gave him the lightsaber.
Why? That would have been so much better movie. Why didn't you do that?
What nation are you in?
I am in loading.
Anyway.
Screen.
Uh-oh. We have silence.
Oh, no, Vol was just in loading screen, so we're good.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, the Star Wars sequels were absolute dreck. Rogue One was good, though.
Yeah, no. I won't even give Rogue One. I have only seen pieces of it, but I did not like what I saw.
Yeah, no, it ended up being pretty good in the end, but especially when you compare it to the rest of the Disney Star Wars.
It's
not a high bar to pass.
It's not hard to step over a bar that's already buried in the ground. Okay.
That's right.
On to the gold one.
Collecting parts to Scofia actually use.
Anyway, we should move on.
Right. So yeah, go buy Clair Obscur. I, for once, the general populace at large is right, and it's totally worth your money and time.
And you didn't have to give an abundance of bonus points just for them having bothered to finish the game before releasing it.
Yeah, it doesn't need them, but it definitely gets them. It is a footnote on a game that has so much more going for it. So, all right. There's that. We do not have an email, or we didn't as of a few hours ago. So let's see here. Next. I've got the show topics for news around here somewhere.
Yeah,
Right.
although we are way over time.
We are. There isn't a whole lot in news here. But basically, I threw this in as I'm just happy this is happening. The thing does not have an element, and I cannot make bullets. And I'm trying to kill a Yom Kippur. Okay. What do you call it? Kazan is getting a relatively major patch that I didn't know was coming, and because this is a relatively low-profile AA game, you know, I didn't expect them to come out with any kind of post content, but for free, it's getting a boss rush mode that lets you tackle the bosses again after story mode, level appropriate instead of overscaling them, and when you go back to fight them, and it will first. There's another boss rush mode that'll let you fight sets of bosses with predetermined loadouts and gear, so that you can try out all the different weapon types.
Nice.
And yeah, it's supposed to be. There's one mode that's just a really hard challenge mode scaled for min-maxing your character. So yeah, I'm all down for that. That sounds great. Because it's so close to release, I may in fact go check that out after beating the game.
Go farm chaos resist gear.
You might have to. Where is the? There it is. So yeah, I'm good on them for continuing to support that game after it did not do as well as Clair Obscur did, but through word of mouth amongst the people that follow Souls games, it has done better than expected. And they are following through and releasing content that we've asked for, and have given us updates on what they'll be doing to continuing to support the game for a little bit with post-release content. None of which is stuff that they need to make the game finish, but just quality of life fixes continuing as people bring up stuff about the UI, like the stuff I mentioned before that needed a bit of tweaking to make really good. And Sumeru after this one. Blue one first. Just generally nice stuff that I'm glad they're going out of their way to do. So yeah, I am discovering more and more that AA, as we call it and categorize these things, seems to be really the way to go. These teams are very quick and responsive to things that need changing, or updating in their game. They're much easier and approachable to get your feedback and reports to, and they just generally seem to be able to produce a more focused and better product because they're not bloated by the usual AAA garbage.
Yeah, once things become corporate, they lose basically everything.
Yeah, well, you just lose focus and passion the more corpo you become.
And ultimately, everything ends up being defined by committee.
Well, less committee and more by the marketing team. Like, you got to keep the investment.
Because they're not making a game for gamers. They're making a game for shareholders.
Yeah, their investors are who's important, and so you're going to run everything by the marketing team, and they're going to tell you how good they think they can sell it. Because right now, modern marketing teams don't trust word of mouth at all. Because the only way you get good word of mouth is if you make a good video game, and the only way you get that is if you have a lot of passion and minimal or no investors to appease.
Yeah, which is ironic because most gamers now are relying almost entirely upon word of mouth.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is that most marketing people, like not execs, but the marketing people on the ground, which are the ones that are doing the particularly corrosive work that we observe now, they are the ones who have been successful in pushing the idea of the modern audience,
That
a
doesn't
turn of
exist.
phrase that everybody should be familiar with now.
Yeah.
If a children
Because when they
doesn't laugh
say
at the time when you hear it,
because when they say modern audiences, it's something that the boomers understand because they recognize that they're older, and it's something that can be used as a smokescreen to embed a bunch of ideological progressivism behind, because they can just say, oh, it's modern, though. That's what modern means.
modern means shit, apparently.
I'm
Anywho,
I'm at the Stormy Island in Inazuma, where the blue one is.
all right, actually hang on. We got the Clair Obscur, we got the stuff about Blizzard Activision, but I don't think we got a whole lot to say about that.
No, it's
That's
just all that means is that this is almost definitely going through because the appeal was rejected by the federal courts.
yeah, which at this point we kind of knew it was going to be.
Yeah, this appeal was incredibly unlikely to go through, but this pretty well cements it and is the last roadblock that was in the way of it. So this is happening.
All hail the corporate shoggoth.
Yeah, and all the more reason to really get behind these AA producers that are making games like Kazan, that are making games like Clair Obscur, that are just making good products that people enjoy. And
more importantly, products that they enjoy.
yeah, like it is abundantly clear every time a new gameplay element pops up that it was inspired by something else, but somebody had a cool idea on where you could take that in the broader turn-based RPG subgenre, and that somebody just got off their playthrough of Sekiro for the first time and really really liked that game. But both of these things can be true at the same time.
Not gonna knock the Sekiro.
No, I love Sekiro. I want Sekiro 2 so bad, but I know we won't get it because it was the worst selling FromSoft game of all of them.
Yeah.
I don't know, mate.
Bloodborne 3's
Now that a lot of people have played Clair Obscur, maybe there'll be more mileage for them.
Yeah.
maybe.
I think Vol mentioned it to me last week, and I too have heard this now, that people have gone back to Sekiro after having a little bit of a rough time with it initially, and after effectively going to the Wuji Mountains in Clair Obscur, they were able to properly engage with Sekiro and actually learn the combat in it. Because
Yeah, I've seen people posting shots of them one-shotting bosses that made them quit the game and that sort of thing. Absolutely styling on that monkey's balls, that sort of thing.
yeah, like
Right.
Liyue. They're right next to each other. Start with the blue one. But yeah, it's the thing about Clair Obscur for anybody that's been opposed to parrying in action games, because it's usually an action game mechanic. This is the first turn-based RPG that has the parry dodge system as a significant key feature of the game. And Fern, you weren't here when I described this earlier last week, but the way that it works in the game, every single attack can be responded to. For 99% of attacks, you have the options of a dodge, a perfect dodge, or a parry. Dodge and perfect dodge are done with the same button. It's just a judgment based on your timing. If you get a perfect dodge on any hit in the combo, you get 1 AP back. But if you dodge, you don't get anything. You just don't take damage. And the timing is much more lenient than parrying. But parrying is also available. For every hit that you parry in a combo, you get meter back. You build up your character's skill points. They're personal skill points for that individual character, not team-based, not for your whole team when the round comes around. But it functions similarly. Southwest. And also with parrying, if you dedicate to learning the boss's entire combo string and can parry the whole thing, at the end of the combo string, you'll automatically do a very powerful counterattack that builds up a ton of break bar, and you also get a ton of AP back. Oh, I just glided down. I didn't see the teleporter down there. Blind and talking at the same time. I'm flying. I'll be there in a sec.
But yeah, that makes sense. It's a fairly simple system when you think about it.
So higher risk, higher reward for dodging and parrying. Your other options, some attacks can be jumped, and they'll have a special indicator of a yellow square that flashes if it's a jumpable attack. And these attacks must be jumped. You can't dodge or parry them, but the timing is incredibly lenient on them. And they give you, if you press R2 perfectly timed in the air, you get a free counterattack.
Nice.
Not as big as the full parry counterattack, but still something for dodging the easier to dodge attack and timing the counterattack properly. But if you miss the counterattack, you don't get penalized for it. 2 Mondstadt. Where's the thing in Mondstadt? Hang on. The new battle pass rolled over in Genshin Fern, so I'm Dragon Ball around through his world, tapping every ley line and not looting it, just to get completion on the battle pass progress. Because the first week of a battle pass, it's very difficult to complete it, because you're down a few days of dailies, and I like to get the Genshin battle pass done as soon as possible, because it's the most obnoxious in terms of time needing to be spent every day.
Yes, it is.
So, dang it, my roller skates right now.
Yeah,
so that's that, and there's also gradient parries for attacks that have a very long delay on it, hit very hard and are very punishing, and can come just at the end of combo chains. If you press the R2 button, I clearly was not supposed to do that to get to that thing. I was trying to climb up a wall. It was not working. I hate Storm Terror's lair. Fine, we'll try gliding.
Wind wall.
I can fly over it, I think. Yeah. So those are your options for defense, and this is true for every single attack in the game. You'll be able to negate it with either the basic dodge or parry, or it will have a special counter built in as a system mechanic. So what happens is, especially if you dedicate to learning parry timings, I'm here now. You will find yourself in a position where you can practice parrying that you might have been scared of in other genres in an environment that only requires you to learn the timing part of it. And that's the hardest part to learn, but when it's coupled on top of positioning, maintaining your offense, proper spacing, and all the other elements that are just part of a action game that add more complexity to the scenario, in specifically real-time complexity versus turn-based complexity, it can be a little overwhelming for people, I find. And I understand why some people don't like it, even though I enjoy it. Because Clair Obscur just gives you an out where you can practice the hardest part, the timing part, in an isolated environment, it should not be too difficult, and there have been plenty of reports of people going back to games that are very parry heavy, like Sekiro, and suddenly they're able to play it because they've already mastered the attack timing portion by learning to watch animations and figure out when an attack's coming, when to watch a weapon, when to watch the boss's body, and when the last frame of the hit's going to actually hit. So, and because, especially if you play on Expert in Clair Obscur, the timing window gets tighter and tighter for parries and dodges the higher up the difficulty chain you go, to a point where Simon has almost frame-perfect parries. It's dang close. Some of his attacks, especially his big super AoE one, are basically frame-perfect. They have like 1 or 2 frames of wiggle room, but because of the way the animation plays, you functionally have to be frame-perfect. Need to go back to my world now and do ley lines there. You're free to follow me around if you need parts. So yeah, that's where we were getting at with that. But yeah, I think that's all I got for the news topics and stuff to talk about. I'm just really impressed with Clair Obscur and keep hoping. I just hope it does better and better. I want this game to make a landmark statement in number of games sold. I want people to enjoy it and talk about it the way we used to talk about single player games. And I want them to really highlight a bunch of features, which unfortunately I'm not seeing all of them highlighted. Things like the the ability to just unlock most of the cosmetics aside from like one DLC outfit that you can get for buying the deluxe edition, which is functionally just a. I really like the game and want to support the developers more.
Yeah, which is what a collector's edition really should be.
Yeah, for a digital collector's edition, because you're not getting very much value from it. And just that it's okay to put that kind of unlockable stuff just in the video game.
Yeah.
And like stuff like that, I've been really annoyed with modern gaming about, because there's very little reward for doing completion stuff. Because finding those cool cosmetics and getting a cool outfit to wear in the post game after you're done with all the story cutscenes or whatever, and stuff like that used to be a nice little bonus for people that put in the effort to really master a game or thoroughly explore it. But it's just not there anymore because it's all DLC.
Yeah, during the classic game days of gaming, it was like you'd go through the game, you'd play, unlock New Game Plus, and that means you get to play the same game again, except your character's wearing a stupid hat or something like that.
Yeah, or even in basic storytelling, how it's not spoon-fed to me like the Westerners or explicitly laid out like Nasu, and just letting me stop and give me enough to think about and the full context for the actual story that's going on. But let me stop and think about a few revelations you give me about the way the enemies work, and respect my intelligence enough to bumble my way through the brain thunking space to figure out what's actually happening with why these monsters suddenly exist. Why did the fracture happen? I can put two and two together based on what you give me, and you don't have to explain everything. It gives me a lot of headspace to really ruminate about the game and enjoy thinking about it, that you just don't get with a whole lot most modern stories, especially Western stories. Like that stuff is just not done. Trust the players to be able to engage with the system and produce content for people that want to engage with the masochistic part of the game. Like the Soul series has already taught us, and FromSoft in general, and the various spin-offs of it that have spun the various children it spawned in third-party games, have taught us that people like games with teeth. Even if you're going for a mostly narrative-heavy experience like with Clair Obscur, if you've got a system that's competent and fun, and you give us the option to crank the difficulty up and really have fun with it and master your system, that's okay. You don't need to make the game cater to only the lowest common denominator. It's okay to put some teeth and some challenge there, and give players that really want to master things an experience they'll remember and like and enjoy their time with. You don't have to go full alphabet on everything and market to the current California demographic. If you just prioritize telling a good story, you don't need every character to be wondering which thing can go up what hole. These are the lessons that I want this game to send to the industry writ large.
Just make good game.
Yeah, just focus on making a good video game that you want to play. And the fact that this team is so small that they had to add a dog to get 33 people on the team for the sake of the number theming, should tell you everything you need to know. It allows the team to stay focused. It cuts down all that gorp, and they mentioned this in the interviews, that there's just a whole lot of middle management garbage they have to go through at Ubisoft if they want to get anything okayed for the game. But because the team for Clair Obscur was so small, all they had to do was just lean over to the desk behind them and talk to the director of gameplay or whatever, like, hey, what about this idea? I think I can make it work. Yeah. Can I go for it? And they'll just be like, try it, see if it works. We'll put it in if you can. And that was it. That was all the red tape they had.
Well, I mean, this is basically the same as saying AAA needs Doge.
AAA does need Doge.
Pretty much.
Because they have a colossal amount of funding, but the output is the same, which means all that money is going somewhere to someone.
Yeah, and
that person is not adding value.
Bloke.
Yeah, all these middle management and corpoification things going on with gaming that just bloat the process, adding directors and managers for every little thing, just ain't the way you get innovative and good products. Like for all we bag on the creators, they are at their best when they're left alone.
Yes.
And or kept in a small team to just experiment. That's how you get innovation.
Sometimes.
And you can't do that if you got to run every change by the director of chair design for levels 3 through 12. Like, you know, it's or whatever they've got.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually an office at Ubisoft.
Yeah, like that's
Yeah, it's like let your
Yeah, but
creatives.
there's probably only one director of chair design, but there's probably about 47 directors of diversity.
Oh, they've got what 8 diversity departments.
yeah, that decide just how triggered they're going to make social media this time, or how woke they're going to be.
Yeah. So
Fair.
it's like back when AAA first started, it was all about just having a big team, making a big budget, and making the games that nobody else could.
Yeah, well, back
And
in
you
the
did get some.
when the industry was smaller, we
Yeah.
naively assumed in our younger years, and maybe some of us didn't fully, but it was very easy to believe the idea that potential was there from these bigger companies to use those bigger resources to really pump out some gangbusters. But that
Yep.
just ain't what happened.
No, we got a handful of them, but that was about it. Like you had your like your Fallout 3, your Oblivion, maybe Mass Effect, as probably the most recent one, the first one,
Oh,
maybe 2 if you argue.
those were fungi. I should have kept my weekend in my pocket.
But yeah, it didn't take long at all for just the corporate bloat to get in there and ruin the whole thing.
Yeah, it's
So,
it's just a mess.
yeah, ultimately, a lot of these designed by committee or designed by boardroom games all end up being exactly the same. Like, what's the difference between, say, Far Cry and Horizon Zero Dawn, aside from the giant robots?
All right, that's all my ley lines fall. Go resume Idolina and Fontaine.
Yeah.
Uh,
No.
so yeah, I really want to push this game. Like there may be small niggles that we can talk about when y'all finish the game, but they'll be so small they won't matter. In the grand
So,
scheme of things, any nit I could pick it's ultimately comes down to personal preference and has nothing to do with the quality of the game, which is a real shining endorsement for a video game these days. Like it is just everything I could potentially list as a problem I had going through the game is all I'm stopped immediately because when I think about it, it's personal preference. It has nothing to do with the quality of the game and what they were doing going for it. The
But
soundtrack.
no, Steel, I don't want to praise the slovenly frogs.
It's look. Like I told you in the private message. The fact that the baguettes managed to suppress their innate nature to be baguettes and talk about butthole stuff all the time deserves double praise.
the wine is still shit.
Well,
But,
there's a scene
oh no.
that involves Esquier and wine.
Oh no.
I'll leave it at that. It is
So I've just
one of
hit,
the funniest scenes in modern gaming.
I've just hit download on it, so I'm a play it.
Yeah,
As
dude.
pain as I don't, as much as I don't want to put Yakuza aside, I'm gonna put Yakuza aside.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can book some time off at some point, but it probably won't be this coming week.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm not sure how far I'm actually going to get with it, but I'm gonna try.
yeah. The prologue is about 1 to 3 hours, and it does all the setup for you, so that as soon as you're out of Lumiere and on the boat, and you land on the continent and hit the first save point, you're off to the races. The story will not stop, and will keep a consistent clip from start to finish.
Nice.
So
Maybe I should fly across the country so they can't recall me.
Maybe
Yeah.
you should.
yeah, it is it's an experience definitely worth going through. So this has been the Time for Swim show.
Well,
These
that's a name.
the soundtrack also has 176 or 167 tracks on it, and all of it's free on YouTube and Spotify.
Yeah. Like it's like I always say that you can basically win me over if the soundtrack is good enough, even if the rest of the game is shite. So if the rest of the game is not shite, then it just becomes a bonus.
Yeah, the soundtrack is very very big. I like it a lot. I'm very bad at recommending music because I just always have been. I don't trust my own judgment with music.
I agree with that. I'm the same.
but-
Music is very, very subjective as it is.
But it is very big. Every single track in the game goes hard relative to what it is. That composer was in that kitchen, as the kids call, and he cooked.
I don't think that I necessarily got good taste in music. I can pick music for a purpose. Like I've successfully chosen music for competitive, like dancing routines and that for friends who do competitive dancing in the past. But and from a utilitarian sense, I have good taste in music. But from an aesthetic point of view, I don't know so much. Like I know my friends are kind of dubious to get like weeb shit recommendations, but when you have the trophy in hand afterwards, well,
You're going with something that they probably haven't heard that competition before, at least.
Yeah.
well, I mean
Anyway.
it's more about picking for the particular rhythm and structure and so on, because they've got to build their routine around it and so on. But yeah, it's one of my 108 secret skills that I don't talk about.
Yeah,
We should wrap up.
Yep. So that is the show. All right. Any closing comments or I get us out?
I'm going to go fall over.
Pox on all those people who mockingly call Escoffier Nescafe online, which is nearly everybody.
How dare you, people? How dare you?
Aim for a swim. All right,
It's
folks.
better than mid-grade coffee.
Yes. All right. We'll see you next week, folks. Sayonara. Bye-bye.